We have one person on from Pleasant Valley online.
Good evening. It is June 3rd, and we are calling the regular Groton Town Council meeting to order. Clerk, would you like to take the roll call?
Here. Jones.
Present.
McBride.
Here.
Merritt. Here. Parker. Here. Pacino.
Here.
Rusk. Here. Mayor Franco.
Here.
All are present.
All right, that's 8 present. Thank you. Up next is salute to the flag. Up next, we have recognition awards and memorials. First up is the proclamation recognizing Military Appreciation Month. I believe Councilor Bordelon, did you request that?
I don't remember requesting that one.
Would you like to take it?
I'm not prepared to read it, so I'll pass it this time.
Thank you. Councilor Rusk, would you like to take that one?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. From the Office of the Mayor, Town of Groton, Connecticut, proclamation recognizing Military Appreciation Month. Whereas the men and women of the Armed Forces of the United States have faithfully served and continue to serve our nation with honor, dedication, and selfless commitment, safeguarding the freedoms and values that define our way of life. And whereas Military Appreciation Month, observed each year during the month of May, provides an opportunity to recognize the sacrifices, achievements, and contributions to those who have served in the United States military, as well as their families who support them. And whereas May is dedicated to honoring all service members, both past and present, and to remembering the bravery and valor of our fallen heroes. And whereas we recognize the importance of providing continued support, care, and resources for our veterans, active duty military personnel and their families, ensuring they receive recognition and assistance they deserve. And whereas the United States military has played a vital role in maintaining peace, security, and stability around the world, preserving the freedoms and democratic ideals upon which our nation was founded, and whereas it is essential to remind all Americans that the deep debt of gratitude we owe to those who have served, as well as to inspire future generations to appreciate the sacrifices of our military personnel. Now therefore be it resolved that the Groton Town Council does hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Military Appreciation Month and encourage all citizens to reflect upon and express gratitude for the service and sacrifices of our military personnel, veterans, and their families. Dated at Groton, Connecticut, the 6th day of May, 2025. Signed, Rachel Franco, Mayor, Groton Town Council. Groton.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Your question?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to add something to that, if you don't mind.
We're just on proclamations at
I
the
just
moment.
wanted to say something in response to that one, if you don't mind.
We've never done responses to proclamations.
We have in the past.
I'm not going to do responses to proclamations at this
That's your
time. Thank
choice.
you.
Thank
Up
you.
next is the proclamation recognizing Arbor Day. Councilor Jones, would you like to take that one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Office of the Mayor, Town of Groton, Connecticut, Arbor Day proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas the holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska and is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of topsoil, lower our heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, and provide a habitat for wildlife, and whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products, And whereas trees in our town increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of the business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas in recognition of National Arbor Day on Friday, April 25th, 2025, an autumn brilliance shadbough service bear is planted at the Groton Public Library. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Groton does hereby urge all citizens to support all efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and plant trees to promote the well-being of this and future generations. Dated at Groton, Connecticut, this 25th day of April, 2025. Rachel Franco, Mayor of the Town of Groton.
Thank you. Up next is proclamation recognizing National Day of Prayer. Council Parker, would you like to take that one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Office of the Mayor, Town of Groton, Connecticut, proclamation recognizing National Day of Prayer. Whereas a joint resolution of the United States Congress signed into law by President Harry S. Truman in 1952 established an annual day for prayer, and whereas the declaration was amended in 1988, both by chambers of Congress and signed by President Ronald Reagan, setting the permanent date for National Day of Prayer being held annually on the first Thursday of May. And whereas the National Day of Prayer is an opportunity for residents to join in a group or individual prayer to pause and reflect on their faith, express gratitude, and seek guidance through prayer. And whereas this day also marked by prayers and reflection for our town, the state of Connecticut, and our nation, now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council recognizes May 1st, 2025 as National Day of Prayer and calls upon our residents to give thanks through their own faith and ask for continued guidance, mercy, and protection. Dated Groton, Connecticut, this first day of May, 2025. Signed, Rachel Franco, Mayor of the Town of Groton.
Thank you. Up next are public hearings. For public hearings, this portion of the meeting, those were to speak during this portion of the meeting via Zoom. Please, you were supposed to email the council at grotonct.gov by 4 o'clock on the day of the meeting, and if you plan to speak in person, you were supposed to sign up. Up next is the 2025-266-2 Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority Partnership Public Hearing. We have up first Kevin Feiftel.
My name is Kevin Fiftel. My point is regarding this redevelopment, the two projects that have been dissuaded from buying into Groton were projects that had some sort of state recognition, including Mystic Oral School and then the data centers. Both were abject failures because we were set up with something that we really couldn't handle. So to give up our sovereignty in making development decisions, in my opinion, when you give up your local decision, you've given up all the type of trust and control and irresponsible development that you could call out. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. The clerk, you were supposed to read the, would you like to read it first now? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Madam Mayor.
Please continue.
Notice is hereby given that the Groton Town Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. in the Community Room 1, Town Hall Annex, 134 Groton Long Point Road, Groton, Connecticut, to receive community feedback on the town partnering with the Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority. Dated at Groton, Connecticut, this May 23rd, 2025. Marisol Melendez, Groton Town Clerk.
Thank you, appreciate that. Up next, Miranda Krause. Five right now.
Good evening. My name is Miranda Krause, 18 Ocean View Avenue. I have a bunch of questions because I don't know a lot about this and I'd love some answers. Questions to consider regarding the CTMR-DA partnership. What would be the requirements and obligations of this agreement partnership designation for Groton, and would it apply to all subdivisions and subsections of Groton? What are the boundaries of the project focus considered downtown Groton? I recall a reference to the Route 1 corridor. Route 1, runs through Groton to the Stonington line. Number 3, what is the CTMR-DA Sorry, I wish I had glasses. What is the CTMRDA definition of or designation of a transit hub? As part of the agreement, can areas of focus be expanded to other parts of Groton, including Groton City, Mystic, Noank, et cetera? And will there be an obligation to do so? Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, that's so much better. Thank you. Will there be an obligation to do so as part of this designation and agreement? Will anything in the agreement supersede the will and wishes of our townspeople, our elected officials, and decisions and recommendations of boards and commissions? In other words, will we lose our autonomy in terms of planning and zoning and other decisions if projects do not have local support and may be contradictory to our POCD? Can Groton exit the agreement without penalty or legal complications? Would our town attorney be involved in reviewing the agreement? And then finally, with the push for construction in multiple higher density homes, apartment complexes being proposed, converted or built, such as Triton Square, Pleasant Valley, Groton Family Farm, hotel conversion, and large 4 or 5 building complex approved for 184, will town services, including schools, roads, transit, public works, human services, parks and recreation, and emergency services be proportionally supported and funded? Will the schools have enough physical space, facilities, and education budget to serve our students? Will ecological impacts be fully considered, and our essential walkable neighborhood green spaces, playgrounds, and parks be protected, maintained, and expanded in any way through a partnership agreement with the CTMRDA? Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have 2025-414-4, the 2025 Neighborhood Assistance Program.
Point of
Public-
information,
Your question?
did you open it up to the public if anyone didn't sign up that maybe missed on the first one first? Because usually we ask, is there anybody else that'd like to speak to this item that didn't sign up?
Is there anybody that would like to speak to this?
Ian Thomas, 24 Jefferson Drive. Full disclosure, I am a Board of Ed member and also the spouse of Counselor Bordelon. This, for the reasons that Mr. Fiftel and the previous speaker, Ms. Krause, identified, there's a lot of concerns with this. Local control is necessary. Local influence is necessary. The state has a track record of trying to foist ill-conceived notions upon this town, and we've had a lot of community resistance to that. So I'm very concerned about the details on this, and I would encourage this body to think very carefully and encourage more public comment on that and put out the documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, 2025-414-4, 2025 Neighborhood Assistance Act Program Public Hearing. Clerk?
Groton Long Point Road, Groton, Connecticut, 06340, to solicit public input on the 2025 Connecticut Neighborhood Assistance Act proposal. Noank Baptist Church. The proposal is for the multi-unit air source heat pump system. NAA funds request, $38,000. Town of Groton Community Center. The proposal is for split unit cool and heating installation. NAA funds requested, $150,000. Community of Hope requesting a 9-month extension on their 2023 approved proposal. Dated at Groton, Connecticut, this May 23rd, 2025. Marisol Melendez, Groton Town Clerk.
Thank you. I don't have anybody signed up. Is there anybody that would like to speak on this? Okay, not seeing anybody. We'll move on. Up next is 2025-416-2, Pleasant Valley Property Sale Public Hearing. Clerk?
Notice is hereby given that pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 7-163E, a public hearing will be held by the Groton Town Council on June 3rd, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. at the Town Hall Annex, 134 Groton Long Point Road, Groton, Connecticut, in Community Room 1, hybrid virtual meeting for the consideration of the sale of public property, specifically 380 Pleasant Valley Road, the former Pleasant Valley School property, dated at Groton, Connecticut, this May 23rd, 2025. Marisol Melendez, Groton Town Clerk.
Thank you. You have somebody online for this one?
Yes, we have Hugh Barton.
All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Hugh Barton. I live at, on Hartwell Drive, which is just off of Pleasant Valley, a block from the former school. I would speak in favor of it being developed into housing that Groton desperately needs. I think it would also be great if there could be, for example, a playground. The school playground that was there was used by folks in the neighborhood, and so as part of the development requirements, if there could be a playground available to the community, I think that would be a good thing. I also think that part of the site is still wooded, and to the extent that, you know, some of that woodlands can be kept, that would also be great. But there's a lot of room there where the school building and the other buildings are to develop new housing, whether it's apartments or condos of several stories. I think Triton Square looks very nice. And the other thing I'd say is across the street is all businesses. So to the extent that things can be done to create more of a visual barrier to deal with the light that comes particularly from the car dealerships, who understandably want to light their stock of cars, but a lot of those lights could be better directed so that they would be less impactful of the across the street neighborhoods. And I think that would be helpful if there were to be new housing developed, although they're down a little bit further. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Sean Powers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For full disclosure, I'm a member of the RTM, the finance chairman. I live in the 4th District. I live at 298 Listertown Road. I've watched this building sit for a while now, and I believe that to balance our budget, to have a good school system, we need more housing in our town. The study shows us that there's over 6,000 units that are needed in Groton. We have quite a bit of development that is going on. I've watched this grow through the banking crisis we grew. I saw our town get listed 4th in the country in places to visit. So as far as I'm concerned, the more we can do to accommodate the housing and the needs of our community to balance our tax base, we need to develop the properties that are going from a liability to us, because as they sit vacant, there's all kinds of things that go on, from vandalism to the environmental impacts of the old buildings not being removed. When we find developers that are willing to do this, everyone has the chance to make a public comment. They open it up to the public, and everyone is welcome to come and basically say how they feel, just like everybody out here today, okay? I'm grateful for what we're doing. It's right in my backyard. Fairview has a whole nother development that they're planning on putting in there. There's 350 units at Triton Square. We're doing our job here. We're giving our community a chance to grow and develop, and I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Lauren Gothier.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Gauthier, 31 Boardson Road. I live approximately half a mile from the Pleasant Valley Elementary School property. My family and I often walk there, dog and little blue riding car in tow, to enjoy the space and, for a while, the playground equipment before it was removed. I've been before this council many times over the years about this topic, so I implore you again, please leave Pleasant Valley green. Please provide our underserved neighborhood with equitable playground and park space, something that belongs to us in the community that we can steward and we can feel safe knowing won't be taken from ourselves or our children. Because at the end of the day, this is what the work of us public servants are. You know, I'm a member of the alternate member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, former member of the RTM. What we're about is building a community for our families and our neighbors. As the cost of everything in this country goes up, we're losing third spaces, we're becoming more isolated, we're becoming more polarized. It's ugly and it needs to stop, and I believe it's the absolute moral imperative of public servants to address that at the local level. Because right now, you guys are the boots on the ground. You're the ones making and shaping our daily lives. My objections to the development at Pleasant Valley cannot be categorized as NIMBYism. Indeed, I've been a consistent champion of responsible development in town. On the RTM, I supported the sale of the William Seal School, which is now over 300 apartments. As an alternate on the Planning and Zoning Commission, I supported the Fairview housing development, another 300 housing units. I'm a direct abutting neighbor. I've supported other developments in this district, but that's the thing. Our neighborhood seems to be the only district that is taking on Groton's housing shortage. Our neighborhood has or will bear the vast majority of the units currently in the pipeline that the town is trying to build. And is it just too much to ask for one park? We are the only district in the town that does not have a town-owned playground or park. We are asking for one equitable park. And it makes me think, Pleasant Valley's town-owned property reuse meeting was the same night as SB Butler's. And I have not heard a single whisper of an RFP for SB Butler to be turned into apartments. And I think of the months and months that were spent on the Claude Chester School being developed into athletic fields for millions and millions of dollars. And not once do I recall a consideration of apartments being put there. I just want to know, why are my kids not good enough for a park? Why are we not good enough to have a space to have community beds and slides and swings so I can take laps with my friends? We can build community, we can have yoga in the park and farmers markets on that side of town. It's disheartening. The proposed development plan, what the little ambiguous open space that is tucked off to the sides, I don't know what it means. The counselors were not able to ask questions. All of the questions were asked in executive session. I don't know what the answers are. So could you please address before voting on, will the public own this? Can it be taken from us? Will we be barred from its use, restricted in any way? Who's to decide if there's playground equipment or community garden beds? What happens if the developer sells the property? And who's to say that the 300 plus tenants that'll be there won't just use the grounds for their pets to relieve themselves? Are my kids expected to play in fields of dog waste? There's nothing stopping the counselors here from cementing a legacy of being for the people who live in this town. There's plenty of apartments in the pipeline. Again, the majority of them in this neighborhood already. There are 0 parks. There are 0 playgrounds owned by the town. Groton is going to continue to grow for sure, and I welcome that. But please remember that you're here to serve this community, and the people need parks for our kids and our dogs, our neighbors, and our future. Thank you.
Up next, David Gauthier.
Sorry, what did you say?
David Gauthier.
Hello, my name is David Gauthier, 31 Boardson Road. I am a lifelong Groton resident. I grew up in Pequannock Bridge. One thing that I've noticed living here my entire life, Pequannock Bridge has an abundance of parks, playgrounds, things to do. I grew up going into Bluff Point and Haley Farm, playing at Sutton Park. Right after I graduated high school, all of a sudden there was a park at the Quantic Plains, tons of stuff to do. So now I live across on other side of town, the Navy side of town, and that side of town doesn't get a lot of love. No parks that are owned by the town. There are parks that are taken care of by Belford, Beatty. They're not in good repair. So, I mean, if you want to take your kids there and go play in some garbage, have at it. But having a nice town-owned, taken care of park would be pretty cool. Again, we don't have Clodchester being turned into apartments. We don't have Fitch Middle School being turned into apartments. You have a whole pile of parks over there. Not very much on the other side of town. Now, I could make probably a pretty decent list of things on the Navy side of town that are just like really not great, but I'm not here to do that. So I would implore you, please think about doing something on the Navy side of town. That would be good for everyone instead of just cramming as many apartments as you can into the square footage available. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Michael Bosher.
Boucher. Well, thank you for your efforts. Michael Boucher, 16 Hillside Avenue in Groton. I think this project should be put on hold immediately. I have a lot of concerns about the town's inability to go through the school reuse, and I'm extremely disturbed with what I see presently at Colonel Ledyard School in the city of Groton. There should be apartments there by now. I drove by this morning. We have broken windows, broken boards covering broken windows, and the school is full of graffiti. Reading through the deed, it seems obvious to me that there should be apartments now. Reading the day reports at the time, there should be apartments now. There is nothing now. Everybody here keeps saying, we need housing, we need housing. What is the town doing? Why is nothing happening at Colonel Ledyard School? And why should we have any faith in your ability to do anything properly at Pleasant Valley? And certainly, you're not doing anything correctly at Groton Heights School. In general, the reuse committee is a mess. And I agree with previous speakers, the western side of the town along the Thames River constantly gets screwed over with high-density development projects, while the eastern side, and I congratulate those neighborhoods, have nice park-like neighborhood developments that favor the people around them and do not abuse the neighborhoods around them. This council needs to reset and rethink and treat everyone fairly. And when you have a project, make sure your project goes through honorably and is completed. There's no excuse for the condition I saw at Colonel Ledyard School this morning. Somebody should get down there. And again, I believe the project is in default. So I don't know what's going on, but I can't even contact the developer. Any number I tried failed. I don't know what Bellside's doing. Besides nothing. Besides what you're doing.
Thank you. Tom Olson.
I'm Tom Olson, 188 Crosswinds Drive, and I'm here representing the Town of Groton Conservation Commission. At the Commission's June meeting yesterday, the Commission reviewed the proposed reuse of the Pleasant Valley School property by the selected developer, Spinnaker Real Estate Partners, and made the following recommendations and findings. The provided concept are reasonable and consistent with the property use. The concept does a good job of preserving a vast majority of the established trees and minimizes impacts to existing forested areas. The proposed footprint would utilize about 5.6 acres of the 16.7 acre parcel, as noted in a map that I've provided to you. It is a recommendation of the Conservation Commission that the town include obtaining a conservation and recreation easement on the developed undeveloped portion of the property as part of any future negotiations with the developer. The text of a draft of easement, which is 7 pages, is attached to the statement and is based on similar Connecticut Department of Environment and Energy and Environmental Protection documents previously executed by the town. Obtaining such an easement would better preserve approximately 10 acres of forested land and provide a public access to open space for the nearby residents, which is lacking in this portion of the town. It is noted that the amount of acreage is more than the minimum open space requirements for the development, but consistent with the currently proposed plan from the developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Miranda Kraus.
Madam Mayor, can I take a quick interrupt? Does anybody in the back want a chair? We have chairs up in the front that I can haul back. Does anyone in the back want a chair? You're all good? Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Hi again, Miranda Krause, 18 Ocean View Avenue. I have a couple more questions. I know a lot of this process is taking place behind closed doors, so that's why I have a lot of questions. My first question, which I realized tonight, was wondering why there was no sign posted at the school about this public hearing. I know that's part of the process. There's supposed to be a sign posted at the school announcing this hearing. I ran into some lovely people that were there enjoying the property, and they had no idea what was going on. They said they go there all the time, they love it, so I told them about this meeting myself. Quick questions. Is retaining a portion of the property as town parkland, open space being considered, or is this an all or nothing potential sale? Number 2, would the sale price, or what would be the sale price of this parcel to the developer, or is this a giveaway? Number 3 is if the entire parcel is sold, how would the open space, forested areas in the back, and playground areas be ensured to be open, welcoming, and well-maintained for public, always and forever? Even if the building is sold in the future, what kind of legal clauses would be put in place? And I will say, I empathize a lot with the Gothiers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on Pleasant Valley?
Good evening, Ian Thomas, 24 Jefferson Drive. I already gave all the other disclaimers. So there's a lot to be concerned with, rightfully identified by the number of previous speakers here. There has been no real public vetting of this project. Watched the presentation from last week. There were no counselors allowed to ask questions. This whole process seems to be inverted at this point. You all are elected representatives. Typically, what should happen is you all vet it publicly and ask questions that, and then the public takes in that information. You're here to represent the public, so hopefully, like in your format, you could alleviate a lot of concerns or raise a lot of issues or advocate on behalf of your community in the presentation process, thereby giving more information to the public. At this point, the public has only a PowerPoint presentation from the developer's point of view. No real vetting. And had the property reuse committee's document from 2023 not been tossed out and actually been followed and adopted in some format, the concerns about having a public posting would have been part of the required process. The having ad hoc committee that draws in people from the community for input would have been part of the process. Having public deliberations on that with that ad hoc committee would have been part of the process. So a lot of the concerns that have been raised would not be necessarily so prevalent at this point in time. As it is, to my understanding, the first opportunity for the counselors to ask questions about this presentation is going to be next week, which is a little bit after the fact, because now, we could have been a lot more informed had we gotten a sense of where you all are on this thing and been able to ask questions and maybe even elicit more information out of the presenter prior to this public hearing. So this public hearing is a bit of just a dog and pony show, in my opinion. It's really just, you're just dotting i's, crossing t's, trying to push through best you can, you know, and with the kabuki theater of transparency here, which is, this is not that. And you know, I'm interested to hear Mr. Olson's proposal about having some protections for the town and open space. This council was more than willing to take his advice on the town budget situation. So I would advise you to maybe to listen to his advice on this one. However, I'm given to understand that that you've been advised otherwise. So, you know, again, this process is flawed from the ground up. You know, I am also in favor of reasonable development, but it's also going to be equitable and inclusive. And to the extent that I participated in the Property Reuse Committee as a guest from time to time, that was the point, was to avoid running roughshod over a community or a certain portion of the community or having things develop in inequitable fashions. I agree, living on the west side of town, District 3, District 2, very close to District 4 and District 1, there is a definite, it's not in proportion as far as open space to living space, especially now with all the development that's going on, the old Sealy property. This council needs to do better and not just go through the motions, to actually follow through with integrity and fidelity to a process that's committed to transparency, accountability, and accessibility. So, you know, it's a full Democratic council, you know, and Democrats are known to champion the qualities of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It'd be great to see that practiced by this council. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Hi, I have not prepared anything, but my name is Vanessa Drabeck. I live at 177 Lestertown Road. I'm a mother of a nonverbal autistic child, and I also have another child. My son is not able to play safely at parks in our area because he has eloping issues. My son is not able to play. I have to constantly hold him, as you can see I'm doing now. My daughter does not get to have time with me at a park because I am constantly watching my son to make sure he doesn't run out in front of cars or out of my sight. I don't know where he could go at any time. It does scare me. He doesn't have a place he can safely play in our area. We drive to Mystic, downtown Mystic, for a playground that's enclosed. And having a playground he could safely be a child at would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Hi, Joe Dela Cruz, 95 Corey Road. I just want to, first of all, thank the council for the hard work that you guys have done. And I wasn't going to plan on speaking tonight at all. I really wasn't. I came up, and for people to talk about the process and how it works and being transparent, today is part of that day. Today's part of the transparency that if I imagine to be sitting up there, the young lady that just spoke just before me is the information we want. I'm on the DECD in town, and I can guarantee you there's 2 times that I've seen the room this full. The time before, they were closing a bar, par 4, and there was standing room only in this place. That very same year, we closed 2 schools, one being a Navy school, with maybe 2 or 3 people that came out. This is actually a good sign of democracy. I'm happy to see how many people came out. But I am on the board. I'm on the DECD, and we constantly. I work with our town, and they want to get answers. What do we want to see in our town? We constantly are out there putting out flowers. They started buying us pizza to make sure people would show up. All those things happen, and to be someone that was on the RTM for 6 years, on the council for 3 years, and to have the two biggest crowds, they are hot button issues. Obviously, I think there's been articles in the paper that have been accusing this council, our mayor, of certain things. And I will tell you this, meetings are boring. Legislation is hard. These guys are here till sometimes 1 o'clock in the morning when we're sleeping. So the transparency, a lot of times we don't see because we're tucked in while they're doing the hard work. I mean, I've been there before. And I've also been on the receiving end of going in the shopping center and I'm saying, Joe, you guys seem to just really, you just voted on it and you didn't seem to care. Well, we had 17 meetings before that. We had a pump one time that we voted for, and Jen Surf was on the council with me, but we got a vote for a $3 million pump, and I had people coming up to me saying, what in the world are you doing? It's a $3 million pump, Joe. Well, the DEP came and gave us a 50-minute presentation on what would happen had that pump failed. They identified it as something that could fail, and if we didn't fix it, we would have been charged by the DEP money every single month. That would have far outweighed the cost of the pump. Those are all that's a little information that all this council knows that the rest of the town doesn't. And I will say, I've worked with counselors that know all this stuff in the back of their head and they brush off people in the town. I like to talk a lot, so I would explain exactly why we were doing what we're doing. What I am concerned about is we have a group of folks up here that have dedicated their time. The mayor, I can tell you personally, has come in our neighborhood and set up the beautification committee, picking weeds in a neighborhood that's not hers, planting flowers. They went up, she somehow got my wife, who was not the gardener, to go up on the hill next to the submarine capital of the world and plant like 300 bulbs. I don't want to say the flower because I'll be wrong, but that person, that mayor now, is sitting in here with people holding signs saying to resign, to leave, almost, yeah, go ahead and share, because it's really embarrassing, because to me, we have someone that's dedicated, not just her life, but to me, her family. The reason she wants to do what she does is her son is here. And when I talk to her on the side, she's hoping one day that her grandson plays baseball here. I've been asked and tasked to find people that want to run for office here in Groton, because we don't have a full slate all the time. And there's some really good people that I talk to, really nice people in my neighborhood that would be excellent on the RTM. And guess what? They say, I read the paper, and I do not want that in my life. And that's a shame. It really is. So, and I'm not, listen, you read an article, you came out here and you have the sign. I'm not sitting here, I'm calling you out either. But I just want to say thank you to this council. And I'm sure this process will roll out and play out like it always has since I was on school committees and development properties. And I will agree that park that you're talking about that you want on your side of town, I drive by there a lot and think, wow, they should have a park. But we gave a property away when I was on the council. There's a no-ank school property that, again, listen, everyone deserves a park. But let's face it, that neighborhood may be a little bit nicer and they may have more opportunities than the one that we're going to sell the school to. So that is something that I took from this meeting. I think this is good. Everyone should be listening to each other here, but we shouldn't be mean about it. And Mayor Franco, thank you for your service. This council, thank you all for your service.
Would anybody else like to speak on Pleasant Valley?
Hello, my name's Lori Dvorak, and I live at 69 West Sim Heights, which is kind of in the center of this housing everywhere around us. And I'm not sure if you guys understand what the impact of that traffic is going from be to us in that neighborhood, from Trident Park, what is it, Triton? Whatever it is, it's massive. The traffic's going to be massive. Nothing has changed in my neighborhood except for a zillion more apartments. Apartments are going up there. They're going down at the other end of Tollgate on 184. We're going to have a bunch of other ones. Traffic's going to be even worse. there's going to be more traffic because the ones across from the Navy Yard is going to be coming in. And yet, like they say, we have nothing for us that are already living there, paying our taxes. We do not have the park. We don't have a park that would bring our community together. We have Navy right next door. I am married to a veteran that was at the Navy base forever. I lived in Navy housing. Did we have a place that we could go in the community where others other than Navy people were going? No. This would be a perfect opportunity for us as a town to welcome our Navy people in a community that they share with us, but we're not really, it's a wall, it seems. So I would like you guys to at least consider maybe trying to merge us a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak?
Hi, my name is Genevieve Cerf. I'm at 6 Pearl Street in Mystic. And the reason I want to speak at this public hearing is, first, I don't really believe that it's a proper hearing altogether, because at the last COW meeting where I was, you councilors decided that councilors could not ask questions at the presentation, which I was appalled by, because I typically, I like to have a normal life. I can't read the packets with great details every time. It's not my job. It's the council's job. And I take my cues from what the councilors ask, the kinds of questions that the councilors ask about the projects. And it helps me to sort of understand what's happening, whether it's something that's going to be good for the community. But I didn't get that opportunity the last time. And I find it really, I just don't understand why you wouldn't let the council ask questions at the last presentation. It's completely unclear to me and very upsetting. I would also like to point out to Joe, whom I love, because I think that the work he's done in this community is just really fantastic, he and his wife, Tammy. So, but people are not all here for the school, Joe. They're here because of the quid pro quo problem that we have with our mayor and the man who was the chair of the Historic District Committee, Eric Goodman. That's why most people are here. They're not here for the school. I mean, it's nice of you to think that, but that's not the case. We have really big problems, and unfortunately, I also thank the council, because I know it's a hard job to do. I've been there. But I'm very upset with this council, and I think a lot of the people here are very upset with this council, and that's why we're here tonight. So just so that everyone could know, this is not a par 4 situation.
Would anybody else like to speak on Pleasant Valley?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andrew Perella, 7 Tornberg Lane in Groton, Connecticut. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I'm a representative for the RTM in District 4, and I've been involved in politics approximately 40 years. I was on the City Council, I ran for State Senate recently, as many of you know. Here's the point. We need a balance. I'm not saying don't put, I'm going to try to keep this on topic. I am not saying don't put the project at this particular school. It sounds really good. The problem is we've had other projects that have come forth, such as Long Hill Road area, and we're cramming everything into area neighborhoods. It's not just the council. I don't blame the council on this. It's a planning and zoning issue. Many people don't read the legal notices. As Mr. Dela Cruz said, it's not particularly council-oriented, and read about it. You have to pay attention. You have to attend the meetings. I went door to door, as an example, in our neighborhoods to try to get people to come to planning and zoning. One resident came, the rest gave up. It is exceptionally good that you all came out tonight. Hopefully, you're coming out because you have concerns about the project and the way it's being done are other concerns. These are good concerns, and that's what you should be doing as an electorate. So congratulations. Give yourselves a hand. The problem is the oversight. If we lose good developers, we don't want to do that either, because you want a good development. As I understand it, I'm not positive, the development that was just done on the William Seeley property, they're having a hard time getting people in there because it's not affordable. So I'm not sure, I was told this by someone that knows people from EB won't even move in there. Now, that could be incorrect. That's information that I heard. The problem is how much property and the balance, which Mr. Burt quoted in the paper, and I commend him for that, our town manager, about the balance of development and the protection of open space. Pretty soon, a lot of these properties are going to be gone, and you will not have parks in places that you should have them, such as people with children that need them, or people that need to walk. I just saw a dog go across Long Hill Road tonight. He got loose, and they were trying to get him across, and I think he got okay. He was on the other side. We have had accidents on that road because of increased development. I think someone was almost killed at an intersection. Mr. Burt is working on a crosswalk for my suggestion. We have not heard back yet. That's not the council's fault, and thank you for serving, all of you, because I know what a hard job it is. I've served in your positions on the city council. At that time, another example, we had a very large development from Pfizer. What I suggested to the people in charge, Dr. Wiseman, I said, if you want this project to go through, my suggestion is, not coercion, my suggestion is to have a buffer zone for the residents on the eastern side of Eastern Point Road. They did it. We got it passed. That's why you have a golf course. They wanted to close that road. Years before that, on Electric Boat, they wanted to close Eastern Point Road. My father was involved. He said, do not close Eastern Point Road. And the committees at that time said, no, we want you to expand. Controlled development, good development, protection of open space. We're the largest town in southeastern Connecticut. We can do this together, but we can't have everybody always disagreeing. You're going to have disagreements. That's okay. This is really good that everybody came out tonight, because now you're voicing your concerns, and you should be so proud of yourselves for getting out, voting if you did, and also coming out tonight, because this is why we're in a mess with the country. This is an important project, key project, western side of Route 12. Where do you want to go with it? Look at the other properties. Are they really being developed properly? They need better oversight. That's not all the town council's fault. That's commissions too. RTM, I'm an RTM member. That's going to be coming before the RTM. So I don't want to bias the vote. I'm interested in the project. One last thing. Are we putting ourselves in a position where we are not planning for future children that may be coming to this community, because we're building on all the land, we're not going to have any room for schools. And I've taught in all of the schools, and the new schools and the old schools, which we tried to save.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? All right, not seeing any more hands. We're going to be closing the public hearing. All right, we're going to be moving on to receipt of citizens, the public comments and concerns. Councilor Parker, just to let you know, has offered to do the timer, so she's on top of that. This is the portion of the council agenda where the council welcomes comments from the public. Each presentation should be limited to 5 minutes or as directed by the mayor, and if possible, submit written comments. Presentations should be related to the matters pertinent to Groton. Town councilors will only ask questions in order to clarify the speaker's presentation. All presentations shall be made from the lectern and should include the speaker's name and address for the record. And with so many people in the room, we're going to have 3 minutes per person due to the crowd attendance and the need to complete our work this evening. Up first, Kevin Fiftel.
looking for a golf ball, you get 3 minutes. I'll start it here. My name is Kevin Fiftel, 5 West Mystic Avenue, town of Groton. We have lived at that address for 32 years. There's people here to talk about a lot of things. I'm here to talk about the age discrimination in the PCC stack. Technology executive, big vision guy, not hurt by very much. And my belief is that you have ripped apart my human rights through age discrimination. I'm going to lay out that story right now. This is a very special night for me, though, because I'm finally face to face where I get to meet members of the town council, Joe and Bruce, who serve on the town personnel and appointment committee. I'd hoped to meet and possibly interview with you much earlier, but there seemed to be a lack of coordination because I had no interview. I had no review as far as I'm concerned. And there's an apparent lack of coordination or a lack of basis for U.S. and federal state law. I'm here because November 19th, our chairman on planning and zoning, Jeff Pritchard, was not reappointed by the town council. It appeared to be a pre-planned action. The 3-member personnel committee made a decision versus the full council. The committee deep six the reappointment. Mr. Pritchard is 83 years old. This was transacted in 24 seconds. And with that, the chairman's 20 years of service was brought to an abrupt end. I put in for a move-up position, as well as my peer on PZC, Lauren Gauthier. She's 29, 5 months on the PZC. Kevin, age 60 plus, 5 years on the PVC. And then the PAC said Miss Gauthier should win. The problem was, the only thing they cited was they watched a YouTube video. They watched a YouTube video. Mr. Jones said, I don't know Kevin, so how would I know? Marisol, you have my resume. You have my LinkedIn, right? You had it. That's part of the application, but you chose not to look at it, right? That's against federal law, and we'll go through that in a second. So 2 sections of the town personnel were not brought in, and in the end, Mr. Burt was very nice. He said the town council reserves the right to appoint any applicant regardless of the recommendation. The problem is, the people that we're talking about over the last 2 years, their ages were 50 to 85. 6 people that you put through some sort of process, Robert's rules or whatever, and were denied or had a hard time getting through for that reason. But the problem is, federal law says, based on our legal view, that the organization using internal policy to exclude and discriminate, it's still discrimination. It doesn't matter. So here's my ask. Target the next council meeting to have these legal items wiped. Stop the legal spend. Do not spend more money with a lawyer. Take out that subsection. Return Jeff Pritchard to a full voting member of the PVC. Kevin and Lauren back to PZC. You did the same thing with Historic District. Put John Goodrich in as a full HDC voting member, and thank you very much. Groton wins if you do these. Don't go through legal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Robert Welts. Robert Welts.
Robert Wilt, 18 Boulder Court in Mystic. Good evening. On Saturday, May 17th, at about 1 p.m., after a funeral service, I turned left out of the parking lot of St. Mark's Church onto Pearl Street, heading north. I got about as far as Denoto's when I realized the street ahead, with cars parked on both sides, was impassable, as it had become one lane. 2 cars at the intersection of Cliff Street and Pearl Street appeared to be in confrontation as to who had the right of way and who should pull over. As I waited for a few minutes, the car behind me, bearing Massachusetts plates, became impatient and went around me, thus complicating matters further. Eventually, he was able to turn around and head south. Finally, the northbound car at the intersection was able to pull over enough for the southbound car to get through. That auto, with Texas plates, came past me at a very high rate of speed. As I witnessed this, I thought about how a situation of this nature would impact the ability of first responders to get to a fire or an accident. I know the town hired consultants to advise on parking in downtown Mystic, but I fear their solution has created a hazard to public safety that needs to be addressed. My suggestion, and I realize this will not be popular with some, is to look across the bridge and see what Stonington has done with Willow Street. From the post office to Broadway, Willow Street is one way with parking on one side, and the traffic flows smoothly. Groton could do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Sean Powers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm here tonight, I came because of the Pleasant Valley School, but I'm also here to talk to the council because I think we have a very good council. I see a lot of signs here. I've worked doing this, I've worked doing the town thing for quite some time now, okay? I'm the chairman of the Finance Committee. I get very upset when I see people sitting here telling me that these people do not do their job and that they don't vet their committees. It really bothers me a lot. It hurts me inside because every single person up there, you know what they get paid? Nothing. They get nothing, and they build this town, okay? It hurts me to sit in this room. I challenge every one of you to get on the ticket and get elected, okay? Mr. Pritchard's here. There's all these different people that give their service. Joe Dela Cruz, he went all the way to Hartford for us, okay? We have all kinds of things going on in this town, and I see people getting verbally attacked in the newspaper. I think it's wrong, it's bad government, and it's not good community, okay? And perfectly honest with you, I don't like it when you attack the town employees either. They work their ass off, excuse my English, for every one of us in our town. And there has to be a balance somewhere. I'm glad you came out. You know, Representative Perella said it all. Representative Dela Cruz said the same thing. It's good you're here. This is what democracy is about. But to sit there and pick apart these people for what they do is wrong. Pick up a book. You want to know what's in it? It's published every day. You have a question, you bring it to the town council or you bring it to the RTM and you tell people how you feel. You know what? There's a whole vetting process when we go to redevelop a piece of property. Okay? There's a plan of economic and community development that goes on every time. And every one of those people you're sitting there being critical of, they've done their homework. Okay? And they're there and they're available and you can go right online and find them. That's what I'm here to say tonight. I'm proud of what they're doing for this town. I moved here 27 years ago. Everything that's getting developed is right in my backyard. I know what the car count is. I do work for the people in my district, and so don't every one of them. So I'm done with what I have to say. Thank you so much, Council, for everything you do here.
Thank you. Up next, Lauren Gauthier.
Good evening, Lauren Gauthier, 31 Boardson Road. Again, just taking the opportunity, since we only have once a month to ever address our grievances to our elected representatives, and we were denied that chance actually in May. So taking it again to speak on Pleasant Valley and address something that actually really I want to make clear that Mr. Perella noted. Once this development is not in front of planning and zoning currently, it's not there yet. And if and when it ever does get there, it can only be based on the merits against the zoning regs. Likely, since this is voted residential, as long as they're not asking for a variance of any type for additional stories like was mentioned in their presentation, but not asked or inquired about by the council members at that presentation. So the public does not know and will not know until next week when you're just going to vote on it. The commission is charged by law to only look at the merits against the zoning regs. No amount of public testimony that comes out to that meeting, when and if it happens, is going to likely change the fact that once this town council approves a development there, it's going to happen. This is honestly the last chance. So again, I implore you, it's not too late to do right by the community. There is deep environmental injustice, which our own town consultants have identified in this area. It looks just as good on a campaign brochure to say that you are giving an underserved population public space and parks when they've never had it. Well, they did have it, now they won't ever again. You have the opportunity to do something good. We have units in the pipeline. This neighborhood has taken its share. No other neighborhood in this town can say that. They also can't say that they don't have parks, which is something this neighborhood can say. We don't have parks. Please, this is really, in my opinion, the last opportunity for you guys to do something right by this community, one that is heavily occupied by the military families you just paid your homage to at the top of this meeting. So again, please, Pleasant Valley deserves a park. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Tom Olson.
Tom Olson, 188 Crosswinds Drive. I'm here representing the Complete Streets Committee. We appreciate your rapid review last week of the updates to the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. I've totally reviewed everything in that update and feel that it's representing the committee that it's in great shape, and we'd appreciate your full approval this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Michael Boucher.
Michael Boucher, 16 Hillside Avenue. I'm here today to talk about the inability of the town staff and town government to properly vet projects. Groton taxpayers are being screwed not only once, but twice by the same project, this time for possibly $10 million. The City of Groton Seawall project started out at under $3 million, and somehow it's ballooned to over $15 million. I'm sorry, I have to cut this short. The city is looking for a bailout at a cost of about $10 million, which is needed this year to pay the bills. Two huge screw-ups were by the city. Number one was there was a study done on how to build the seawall that needed to be anchored to bedrock. There were only 3 test borings. 1 test boring failed to find bedrock. They went ahead and built a 350-foot wall, or trying to, and they failed miserably in finding bedrock in a number of sections. One of the reasons for the added $10 million bill, which the town should have picked up on. Problem number 2, the city failed to understand the area needed for the construction site and its important relationship to utility lines on Shore Avenue. The forced sewer main was destroyed by construction, and the town should have realized that, because in their own documents that I saw from 2021, it simply states the city forced sewer main is almost part of the seawall. So the city should have known about this beforehand, and the town should have known about this beforehand and asked the proper questions in vetting the project. Nothing happened. You simply turned money over to the city. $1.4 million last year, and as Keith reported in April of this year, John has agreed to eat 50% of the cost of $10 million, and Councilor Deputy Mayor Gwen Depot suggested that the town eat the whole 100%. I don't know what's happening with that. Maybe John would like to update us on that. But that's a significant issue, and here we are voting on the budget, and we're not talking about this $10 million bill. The city has gone to the state requesting $9.7 million. Nothing's happened there yet. They're making another request through the town Community Investment Fund. The town has to write that up because the city is not eligible. And I looked through the Community Investment Fund requirements, and bailouts are not part of an accepted application. And that's what the town is asking, that the state bail out the city for $10 million under capital investment funds. And I can assure you, I will be working with other towns who actually need those funds, and I will inform them of the screw up by the city and the town's failure to properly vet the project. Thank you very much.
Up next, Bunny Furlong.
Thank you. I will keep this quite short tonight. My name is Mary Ellen Furlong, 57 Fishtown Lane, Noank, Mystic, Groton. Thank you for your time. Mayor Franco's quid pro quo, as described by local developer Eric Goodman, reported by the Connecticut Examiner, and by David Collins of the day, has all the appearance of impropriety. Mayor Franco should resign now. The way this council is being run invites legal actions and is an unsatisfactory way to govern. The abandonment of the council's normal line-by-line budget review, for example, leaves the taxpayers in the dark. Yeah, we are in the dark. And allows no discussion by our town councilors. Why was this done without the consent of all councilors? Councilor Bordelon was specifically excluded. The council has made frequent changes to its own internal rules. Now, qualified applicants for our town commissions, such as planning and zoning and the historic district, have been blocked in favor of less qualified applicants by simply not getting seconded by the Personnel and Appointments Committee of the Council, which, by the way, at the moment consists of 2 people, Jill Rusk and Councilman Jones. This means that applicants with years of experience, which the town needs to vet some of these projects, and service to the town, never get a chance to appear before the whole council. Once a month, the townspeople have 3 or 5 minutes to ask questions of the council or voice concerns about what is happening in the town. Under current rules, councilors don't ask questions or answer them. There is no discussion. Under Mayor Franco, the rules are strangling all discussion. The mayor should resign now.
Jen Serve.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Surf. I live at 6 Pearl Street in Mystic. I have 3 requests here. One is a request for the resignations of Mayor Rachel Franco and Town Manager Burt. 2 is a request for replacement of our town attorney. Yet again, this is probably the 3rd or 4th time that we've made a serious request for that. 3 is a request for the investigation of the undue influence of the supposedly former town manager, Mark Ofinger, who, however, is on the board of the company that is bidding against Mr. Goodman for the Groton Heights School, and the Democratic Town Committee Chair, Natalie Billing, their undue influence on Mayor Franco and Manager Burt and everybody on this council. I've been, watching this stuff for 25 years. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm very fact-oriented. And I have a lot of facts that I could put forward to back this up, but not in 3 minutes. And now it's only a minute and a half. I'd also like to protest the fact that we're supposed to have 5 minutes a month to speak. And in the last 2 town council meetings, where we should have the 5 minutes, you managed to put a ton of stuff before citizens' petitions so that you could say you could reduce it to 3 minutes because there's so much on the agenda. Well, you put that on the agenda, specifically so that we can't speak. And we can speak less and less, and I really am getting angrier and angrier about it. To say nothing of the fact that you canceled a town council meeting when you were caught with the quid pro quo with Eric Goodman. I'd like to I added to the record of this meeting on the town website 5 articles and letters which have appeared in the Connecticut Examiner and the New London Day on this crucial issue. So what we have to address here is twofold. The systematic attack on the excellent existing members of the Planning and Zoning Commission since about December 2022. Again, I've got tons of facts on this, but of course in 3 minutes you can't say that. This is clearly because the commission protected us at the request of all the citizens from these two monstrous projects, the Mystic Oral School and the hyperscale data centers. And the hyperscale data centers, we owe to Kevin Fitthall, who is a great expert, really helped off. The town council started off with picking off planning and zoning commissioners in committee by not even seconding the applications, their reapplications, which is surely collision, because when you come in and you vote on stuff, which you do all the time.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Without any discussion, you
Ms.
just
Cerf,
come
your
in
time
and
has
you vote on
expired.
something. That is collusion.
Time.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Up next, Catherine Pratt.
My name is Catherine Pratt, and I live at 75 Front Street in Noank. Mayor Franco, members of the Town Council, good evening. I would like to express my strong opinion that the Town Council's vote to censure Portia Bordelon was without merit, and the censure should be rescinded. Real estate developer Eric Goodman has publicly stated, including in a recent op-ed, that he witnessed firsthand the conversation that took place in the narrow hallway of the Groton Town Hall Annex between Councilor Bordelon and ECHO President Julie Savin on the night the council interviewed the finalists for the Groton Heights Elementary School redevelopment project, and that, quote, Ms. Bordelon never asked anyone for a job, and this was clear to anybody who was present for the conversation, unquote. Of further note, Ms. Savin herself clearly vindicated Bordelon in a statement to a reporter at the Connecticut Examiner. Quote, Savin said that Bordelon did not ask for a job and that she did not offer one. She described their conversation as very benign, unquote. The April censure followed closely after it became public knowledge that Eric Goodman had been subpoenaed and testified under oath at a hearing of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities that the mayor had offered a quid pro quo to steer his Groton Heights development proposal to approval if he would use his influence as chair of the Historic District Commission to silence a commission member. If what Mr. Goodman says is proven to be true, this suggests to me that the campaign to censure Councilor Bordelon may have served as a convenient means of deflecting public attention from the allegations directed at the mayor. It is alarming to see the disintegration of civility on the Groton Town Council in what appears to be the weaponization of good faith development proposals. On a related matter, I respectfully urge that Councilor Bordelon be assigned to fill the current vacancy on the Personnel and Appointments Committee. With the exception of the mayor, she is still the only councilor who is not on any standing committees apart from the Committee of the Whole. Under the town charter, each member of the Groton Town Council is given an equal voice and equal authority, and she should have the full ability to exercise the powers that were delegated to her by the people. Thank you for your consideration.
Up next, Elizabeth Pendry.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. My name is Elizabeth Pendry. I live at 83 High Street in Groton. I'm here to express my concern about the council's recent actions, particularly around the budget process, commission appointments, and its response to troubling allegations involving you, Mayor Franco. This year's budget process fell short of the council's responsibility to carefully review proposed spending and tax rates. Instead, it was rushed through with limited discussion, and the cancellation of follow-up meetings raised real concerns about transparency and accountability. The handling of appointments to the Planning and Zoning Commission is also deeply troubling. Ignoring the town charter's seniority guidelines and sidelining experienced members like Jeffrey Pritchard and Kevin Fattal gives the appearance of prioritizing political loyalty over qualifications. This kind of approach weakens public trust in how land use decisions are made. Even more concerning are the unresolved allegations made under oath by developer Eric Goodman. He asserts that Mayor Franco offered favorable treatment in exchange for political support against an opponent. These are serious claims, and yet the council has shown little interest in investigating them. Failing to address such allegations only fuels public skepticism. Groton needs a council that upholds democratic values, enforces ethical standards, and governs with integrity. Retaliation, whether against elected officials, such as Councilor Bordelon, and members of the public, like Mr. Goodman, has no place in town government. The council has an opportunity to rebuild trust by respecting the town charter, calling for a thorough investigation into the mayor's conduct, and reaffirming its commitment to serving the public above politics. Without clear and transparent actions, the message being sent is that misconduct and political favoritism are tolerated. Groton deserves better. The time for accountability and principled leadership is now. Thank you.
Up next, Eugenia Villardo.
Good evening, Town Council and Mr. Burt. For many years, the town of Groton has been looking to redevelop abandoned school properties such as the Colonel Ledyard School in 2020 and the Pleasant Valley School in 2022, and now the Groton Heights property. I just wanted to mention, after hearing the people speaking to the issue of the Pleasant Valley School, I think you should seriously consider, given the fact that they have no other areas where they can have open space and recreation opportunities, that maybe you should reconsider selling the property and make it available to the people of the Pleasant Valley area. I think that should take priority over anything else you're thinking about doing. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that I'm so encouraged by the qualifications of Eric Goodman, the developer that has been selected by the town council for the Groton Heights redevelopment project. And I hope that despite all of the problems and quid pro quo issue and all of that that's been going on won't affect his selection as being the developer for the town of Groton for this particular project. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Up next, Howard Betts.
Thank you very much. I feel that what I have to say has been said well. Two speakers ago, I was simply elated and gratified for remarks for more open government.
If you would like to speak, you have to come up to the microphone.
We can't hear you.
Thank you. I guess it doesn't do to say I'll pass and then start speaking just the same. So I'll make it short. Thank you, Mayor Franco, members of the council. So during the 8 years that I've been a homeowner in Groton, I've
Madam
often
Mayor,
felt.
I'm sorry, could you say your name?
Name and
Yes,
address,
that's right.
please.
Howard Vise, 10 Prospect Street in Mystic. During the 10 years that I've been a homeowner in Groton, I've often felt well-served by the town council. But on several issues of great significance, the potentially devastating oral school and very large-scale data center proposals, the feeling has been different. On each of these occasions, happy outcomes, as I think a majority of other residents would define a happy ending, were the result not of being served by the council, but of being saved from its uncritical embrace of projects that had no shortage of red flags attached to them. Fortunately, we have a system of government that recognizes the need for expert independent commissions, notably the Planning and Zoning Commission, to uphold zoning regulations when the council is too ready to cast them aside. Having an independent zoning commission and other commissions, historic preservation and the like, serves the interests of the town by bringing a level of expertise and experience to bear if the council will let it. Of course, it should not be for the council to decide whether or not to let the Planning and Zoning Commission or any other supposedly independent commission do its job. Nor, what amounts to the same thing, should the council get to choose whether to abide by staffing procedures meant to assure an independent voice or to stock commissions with reliable rubber stamps. In recent months, we've seen a valued, long-serving member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Jeffrey Pritchard, cast off from the commission without a vote or stated reason. More recently, as I understand it, a senior alternate member next in line for elevation to full membership was bypassed in favor of a less experienced member. Now, the council and the town as a whole are confronted with allegations by Art Goodman, a respected developer within the town and former chair of the historic district, that our mayor has presented a quid pro quo offering, to quote, I think his letter to the paper, a deal in which he would help him get development rights to Groton Heights if he served, if he helped shape the historic commission more to her liking. Allegations, according to the day, that were presented in sworn testimony and that the mayor has denied. I cannot know and don't purport to know whether the allegations fairly describe whatever communications took place.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Up next, we have Chris Kuhn. Thank you.
My name is Chris Kuhn. I am a resident of Groton, 104 Irving Street, Mystic. Mayor Franco, members of the Town Council. During the period for public comment at the Town Council meeting on February 4th, I expressed specific concerns about the decision of the Personnel and Appointments Committee to advance the less qualified of 2 alternate members to a regular position on P&Z. During brief discussion, the committee had focused almost entirely on the less experienced alternate who had been appointed less than 6 months earlier with absolutely no meaningful consideration, in fact, almost no mention of the 4 years' experience of the senior alternate, Mr. Fiftel, nor his accomplishments and contributions to P&Z. The vote for the less experienced alternate appeared to be a predetermined outcome. The Town Council Policy for Boards and Commissions, Section 6.3, reads in part, if a vacancy occurs for any reason, essentially, the alternate member with the most senior experience is chosen to move up to the regular position. The chairperson at that time was not included in the moving up process as is specified. Further, Mr. Fiftel did himself express interest in becoming a regular member of P&Z, and due to his seniority and experience, he qualified as the appropriate alternate. His qualifications were ignored. I asserted that the Personnel and Appointments Committee did not comply with the town policy. I refer to the town website, which states that the town attorney serves as legal advisor to the town council, RTM, town manager, town clerk, and all departments, boards, and commissions. I ask that no action be taken by the council regarding the advancement of an alternate pending a legal review by the town attorney, and that the review be communicated to the public. The council did not respond in any way to my request and did vote to advance the less qualified alternate. I review these events as context to describing a conversation I had with Mr. Burt, the town manager, during the recess that followed the public comments on February 4th. I approached him individually and asked what he thought of the situation. He replied, "The lawyers have reviewed this." I asked, "And they approve of what is happening here?" He answered, "The council has broad latitude." Mr. Burt's comments were a source of real dismay for me, as they suggested, first, complicity of staff leadership with highly objectionable actions by the town council, and second, if his report were accurate, enablement by the town attorney of the commission of these objectionable actions. Review of the recently approved budget for fiscal year 2025 shows an adopted line item of $450,000 for legal services. This represents an increase of over 15% from fiscal year 24 of $385,000. I have one more sentence. I would ask how much of this increase will cover legal costs required to address disputes that result from problematic legal counsel in the first place.
Thank you. Up next, Mike DeFranco. Mike DeFranco.
My name is Mike DeFranco. I live at 160 Heathergood Lane in Mystic. I'm also the Parks and Rec lead commissioner. 3 issues I want to bring up tonight. I'll mention them just in case I don't get to them all. Field material, grass for synthetic, want to give some feedback on that. November ballot and what is going to appear on it in terms of voting for the fields, and use of pesticides in Groton's parks and fields to maintenance. So I've sat through many discussions with the community members in the town, consulting Kent and Frost, being on the commission for them. So a lot went on there. Turf versus grass. When I first joined the Parks and Rec, I had the mindset of I have 2 kids that are 2 and 3. I want to set up the parks for them. That was kind of my mindset. Get my feet wet, get on the ground. Recently, the town has done some good work with agencies to determine the initial lifetime and sustainment costs of grass versus turf and other areas like playground chips versus port in place, a lot of those things. So a lot of good studies to make decisions off of. High level, the facts is turf costs more to install, but has a lower sustainment cost. Grass is cheaper initially, but then costs more to maintain. Kind of reseeding, fertilizing, watering, et cetera. So a 20 to 30 year life cycle cost difference is about $300K going with turf. The main difference is playable time. You get about 2 times the amount of playable time with turf, which is a big increase, especially in field usage. You don't have to let it rest. Also, from a health side, they found, there's a study done up in Maine, it was a pretty comprehensive study, it was in one of the reports, found that turf is actually healthier due to the fact that the grass requires chemicals to maintain, wash-offs, runoffs, so kind of interesting, turf is actually healthier for them. I know there's a decision coming up in the next meeting to decide, so I'm giving you some facts. I hope we go with turf. Also heard that there's a plan to have the fields on the November ballot to vote for $14 million. I applaud the effort to get it on there. A lot of work to get there. The feedback I'm giving when I hand it out there is that I really think we need to go in with asking for the full amount. I appreciate that we agreed to phase it over to spread the tax burden over time and not increase taxes. I think that's a good thing. But I'd ask you to go into the ballot with the options that are laid out there or a variant of them so that we get one vote and we can actually have the whole thing funded and maybe phased over 4 or 5 years so that the taxpayers don't see a burden. I feel like if we go and ask 4 different times or 4 different ballots, you're going to get shot down and we're going to get partial projects. I think that's a very big detriment to the community. I think laying it out over the tax time and the taxes stay neutral or whatever, a little bit up is a good thing, work out the numbers. But I think we got to do one vote to either get it all done or give the public options for maybe the 4 areas, maybe whatever the breakdown is. I gave you some examples there. Also, in the Parks and Rec meeting, I know that they hired some new staff this year to maintain the parks, which is really good. I made it a point last year to go to every single park with my kids and understand, get feedback from people, understand how it was. One of the biggest things I saw is there's a lot of weeds going in the actual playground. So in the chips, tons of weeds all over the place. We didn't have the staff last year to do it. Now they have some more staff to do it, but one thing that would really help them is they can't spray pesticides, so you can't keep weeds away. That was a decision was made by town council, I guess, years ago. So we want to maintain the parks better, but Mark has a hard time because he's not able to. So that's really what I want to say. Appreciate your time here. If there's any questions for me on any of that, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, John Goodrich.
Good evening. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. The Personnel and Appointments Committee of the Town Council, again, I believe for the fourth time, denied my elevation from alternate
Excuse me.
member.
Could you say your name and address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, John Goodrich, 74 Irving Street, Mystic. I apologize. So I'm sorry. Yep, I believe for the fourth time, denied my elevation from alternate member to full member of the Historic District Commission. The reason provided by Councilor Jones, I believe, was that the applicant, myself, does not listen to the town attorney's advice and will get the town in legal trouble or expose the town to liability. Subsequently, the committee denied my application to move up on a vote of 0-2. I requested from Mr. Burt, our town manager, for any incidents where I'd put myself or the town in a litigious situation or did not follow the advice of the town attorney. I wasn't just merely asking a question or clarification of the town attorney. Mr. Burt replied back in an email he was unaware and unable to locate any communication from the town attorney concerning my actions exposing the town to any liability. And Mr. Burt, thank you for the reply. I do appreciate it. I want to capitalize on this moment on this respectful exchange, acknowledging any lack of foundation for the continuing disparagement of my character. This council and subcommittee have made a slew of false and hurtful allegations against myself, and more importantly, my family, which we'll get to, and all for what? I have come to the realization that certain people have waged a campaign to paint me in a negative light, and that many of you that I don't know and have never met on the council base your opinions of me on this without getting all sides of the story, because there are always more than one side to a story. That being said, I would like you all to be aware that in my CHRO hearing, two things came to my realization that disturbed me. First, there's a police report submitted by the town of Groton as evidence, and it's a police report about my father, which is completely factually incorrect. Why we have that in the CHR complaint against me, I don't know. I've asked that it be corrected, and that that request has been denied. Also in sworn testimony during that hearing, I was told that a member of the town council had referred to my sister in kind of a, I would call, let's say, inappropriate and disparaging way. My sister's Down syndrome. So I'm going to ask all of you, you can have your feelings about me for whatever reason, and we can discuss that. But why go after my family? What is an elderly man and a woman with a disability done wrong? Why is she being targeted? My sister's town seemed to be unique in that it just seemed that it was political finagling that turned ugly and personal. It has become apparent, though, that this is a pattern of behavior by members of this council, some members of this council, which involve a growing number of town residents who just want to serve their community. Most importantly, my fellow citizens have repeatedly asked if there's a different approach so that our tax dollars are not being wasted on petty grievances and that our reputation as a town government does not continue to deteriorate.
Thank you.
I have more, but thank you for your time.
Would anybody else like to speak? Would anybody else like to speak?
My name is Tammy Dela Cruz. I live at 95 Quarry Road in Groton. I just want to be really transparent that I have PTSD, and this room has become a really big trigger for me, but I am going to speak because I've lived here my whole entire life. My whole entire life. I raised my kids here, and my son was shot and killed here, so I'm not going anywhere. People have used words like alleged, allegations. You have already made somebody in this room guilty, multiple people in this room guilty. before they've had due process. I'm very ashamed of that for our town. I know the character of a lot of these people on this town council, and I've seen nothing but them go to the people that are most vulnerable and help them. And I am asking you, and I'm really disappointed too, like I really would be willing to go to Washington with you right now with some of these resignation signs, that would be great. But to come in here, it's just, it's not right. And people are laughing outside, it's a big joke. This is our town we're talking about. It is our town. And you already have her guilty, and it's not right. And you just heard from another person who made allegations, and you were like, whoa, this is awful. No one has given anyone a chance to even prove their innocence in this. So shame on you all. I'm just beyond anything. And my tears are not a sign of weakness. Let me just make that clear. But there are, before I go, I don't want to say things I don't want to regret, because I'm a good person and I love my town, and shame on some people that want this for political gain, because that's what I see.
Joseph Dela Cruz, 95 Coy Road, thank you. I don't call myself God, but I guess I don't know what you're talking about over there. In reality here, you know, the mayor has been tried and convicted. We have people referencing the Connecticut Examiner in an opinion column as for determination of guilt. We talk about this all the time in our country, how, I mean, the head guy in chief is saying he's always getting chased around. This, to me, feels like the Salem witch. Like, really, we're taking something that was written in an opinion column, and there's people on both sides of that. David Collins has written things that both sides get mad at, Republicans and Democrats. And they say, well, they left out part of the story. Well, a lot of times, all the story's not there. I am the guy that sits back and waits for stuff to get adjudicated to find out what all the facts are. We're not doing that here. We're taking a person, and again, maybe I'm biased. No, this is not a discussion. Maybe I'm biased, I admit. I have seen the town council. Is there a police officer in here? But usually when you speak up here, the other townspeople don't yell at you. They're missing the pitchforks tonight. That's the only thing that's missing from some of this group. And it is embarrassing, because right now, we're sitting
Madam Mayor, I rise a question of privilege, please.
Your question of privilege.
Mr. Dela Cruz is speaking, and it would be nice if the audience would please allow him to speak. Everybody else was allowed to speak. We have had, he's number 17 speaking, and everybody else was allowed to speak. So I ask that you please give the same respect and dignity that you gave, I'm sorry, I need to address you, that they give the same respect and dignity to all speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the gallery please remain quiet while people are speaking? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Russ. And you know what, that actually brings up a point. I think people may have noticed that while I was sitting there, I do keep my arms crossed. There were things that people were saying on both sides today about keeping it a park, and that just moved me to want to say, yeah, I approve of what that person says. But in a meeting where you're trying to get business done, this isn't a sporting event. It's something where you sit there, you listen to the facts, you let people say what they're going to say. If we let everyone clap after, it's just like graduation. If everyone clapped, you'd be at graduation for 65 hours. The reason that they do this is because this is a meeting. And there's people that were elected officials in here clapping and hooting and hollering and standing up. And I'm surprised, because being on the other side of that desk and having that experience, you should probably know in advance that that's not the way that it's supposed to go in one of these meetings. And I know this is energy, there's a lot of energy in this room, and I understand it. But again, you guys are asking me to convict somebody in an opinion column when all I've seen from every single one of these counselors is them continuing to show up. They show up. My wife and I work in the addiction field. They all showed up. They did the walk. When we do something, a benefit for somebody, they show up. When somebody needs to dig roots up and weeds out of a neighborhood they don't live in, they show up. But when it comes time, one time where there's an allegation, we run away. And I want to apologize to our town manager. Town manager, I love the job you're doing here in Groton. I was very, very happy when you got hired, and I'm more happy now. Thank you all for doing what you do. I'm sorry you have to go through this, but know that many, many people in this town love the job you're doing, and that we're going to support you, and we'll be here for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Town Council. My name is Eric Goodman of 9 Roland Street in Mystic and 39 West Mystic Avenue, and along with the Standard at 3 Water Street. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but after Mr. Dela Cruz eloquently stated what he said, I figured it'd be worthwhile to come up here.
I'm sorry, your address?
9 Roland Street, 39 West Mystic Street, and 3 Water Street. I own all those. What I said to Ally in the news report was true. It was factual, and I've said that clearly. It took 2 years for me to say that, but after I was subpoenaed by the CHRO to appear in a case that I didn't want to and initially denied their request to come, I then had to respond and had to talk at a subpoena. I never filed a complaint. I never spoke out publicly about it. And I waited until 3 times that the mayor went up there and said that an allegation was made against her before I stepped up and finally gave an interview. I've asked for an investigation. You don't want to have it. Now I receive a letter from her that she's going to sue me for defamation. So you know what? We're going to court. I have 3 attorneys that are going to represent me. I am suing you. That is the opportunity that we will have to get this out in the public. And it will take years. It will cost tens, if not $50,000, $100,000. And I am prepared to fight that out to prove what I said was true. That's all I have to say.
Would anybody else like to speak?
Hi, Andrew Perella, 7 Tornberg Lane, Groton, Connecticut. On a different note, I wanted to comment on Pfizer's recent move to try to have their property limited that might be for sale for commercial or industrial use only, due to the fact of the possible contaminants that were created over the years. And I think that this is extremely important, and the town and the city council, the mayors and the state reps and senators should try to make Pfizer clean up their property. They should be made to do this. A large developer, a large business like that should have to keep their property so it is safe for the residents. That is a prime piece of property, not just for commercial or industrial use, but it could be for affordable housing. Similarly, Electric Boat had to do things to clean up their property, as did the subbase when I was on the Restoration Advisory Board. This council and the city council and surrounding communities, but especially Groton, obviously it's in Groton, should strongly support them cleaning up the entire property. And I'll be watching that, because that is not right. That is really bad if we allow them to get away with that. And I will be watching who's going to let that happen, because that is extremely important. The second part of my take on this meeting is this is an extremely intense meeting. This reminds me when I was on the city council, we were pilloried by different people that had disagreements about different things. So the suggestion that I would have, and I think it could possibly save quite a bit of money, would be for a committee to be formed with a legal advisor from the town, of possibly 3 people from the council, and possibly 2, I would say 2 people from the RTM, because then you would have 2 governmental bodies, to give fair representation to if there should be investigation about this. Because if you start to go to a court case, it could be disastrous. It sounds like that's the way it's going to go. So I'm just making the suggestion. What you do with it is really your purview. You're the town council. That's just a suggestion. It could prove to be better in the long run for the town. If there's innocence, then the innocence will come out, because it is what it is. There's this side, there's this side, and guess what, people? There's the truth. I actually wore green tonight, not because of that, but green represented truth, I think, in some of the flags that were out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Ian Thomas, 24 Jefferson Drive. I'm sorry to see Councilor Rusk leaving the room because my comments actually have to do with something she said in April. So I guess you'll just have to review the recording. I'm glad that other speakers tonight mentioned encouraging folks to run for office. I encourage you all to do that as well. It's better to have more choices. If you all are this upset with the council's performance, then the next Groton Democratic Town Committee meeting is the 4th Wednesday of June. A great time to come out and introduce yourself to the town committee. Democrats, any registered Democrat can join there and put their name forward, announce themselves to the nomination committee, and see if they want to run for a seat. Back to my main point, as I would have done this in May, but May was canceled. And I'm glad other people spoke about due process, because due process is also very important, and it was not followed by this council in the censure of my spouse, Councilor Bordelon. As according to Robert's rules, when it comes to disciplinary actions, there's a specific process, which I can't get into because you've truncated the time and eliminated a meeting. But long story short, in the disciplinary chapter of this book, it describes a process of a trial, so to speak, of anyone that's accused. There has to be specific charges, and the evidence has to be presented to the accused so they can prepare a defense. So, to that end, there was what was presented as a quote-unquote damning email in regards to the conversation that was supposedly occurred between Councilor Bordelon and Julie Savin. Councilor Rusk read an email where the town manager had sent an incredibly leading question to Julie Savin, and she wrote a response. Rusk read only the first 2 words, "yes, indeed." The rest of the email I'm going to send to the town clerk, and I would ask to be entered into the minutes for this meeting. It says, "Yes, indeed, I think the conversation was very broad, and she was inquiring at a very high level about what kind of professions in our world that aligned with her interests. These interests came across to me as a more social service related as opposed to a brick and mortar industry that ECHO specializes in," which corroborates what Councilor Bordelon had been saying her conversation entailed. Very high level, very broad strokes, no specific conversations. So, and again, this evidence was presented to a counselor that was not the accused, thereby violating due process. And this is not the first time this has happened on the council, where some accusations against Councilor Bordelon, evidence was presented to other people that they knew had
Your time has
information,
expired. Thank
and she
you.
was not given due process.
Would anybody else
Thank you.
like to speak?
Good evening. Jean-Claude Amboise, 169 Shenandoah Parkway. I'm the RTM moderator representing District 2 in the RTM. I'd like to thank the council for having courage, because over the last 6 years, we've had harassment, bullying, intimidation, legal actions put against people for speaking their mind using First Amendment free speech, and I stand with you. For all the folks, and again, I don't read the drivel in the day anymore. It's pretty much along the lines of lining a birdcage with it, especially when it comes to opinion pieces. But we know that the folks that are sitting here today have the courage to stand up, and I appreciate what you're doing. because there's a party of one here. The one that doesn't look at you when they're not listening, the one that chews their gum and speaks out loud and proud and has a whole lot of passion. But you guys are standing firm, and I appreciate you. You know, there was the big hubbub about you guys didn't talk about the budget. And I know former Rep. Dela Cruz brought it up before. We got the budget in March. We read it. RTM member Sean Powers had brought this up before. We read it. We looked at it. If we asked questions, we asked it to the town manager, who's done a damn fine job in this town since he's been here. And remember, there's only one person on this council right here that opposed what he does in his job, and this guy does a damn fine job. So I'm tired of all this bullying, harassment, intimidation, and then gaslighting, saying that it's the other person that's doing it. Stand firm, stick with it. I'll be here with you. Wherever we go, we're gonna go there together as a community, as elected leaders, and as an individual that is doing their damn finest and their best to try to help out this town every day that we're here. Thank you.
Yeah. Would anybody else like to speak? All right, we're going to close public comments. And I think it's 8:30, so we should probably take a break. We've been going at this for like 2 hours. So I'll probably take like a 10 to 15 minute break. Thank you. Okay, it's 8:55. We're coming back from recess, and we will continue on with our agenda item. All right, we have, up next is the consent calendar. Counselor Parker, would you like to take that?
I'll make a motion to accept March 26, 2025, April 1st, 2025, and April 22nd, 2025 minutes, as well as the 2025-4 Special Trust Fund contributions for May and June. I so move.
Second, Jones.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Jones. Does anybody have any changes or corrections?
To the minutes, are you saying?
Yes, the consent calendar.
Page 17, I do appreciate the minutes. I appreciate all the hard work, because I think they've been much better than they have been in the past, so I do thank you for that, and I've seen the improvements. But I think I did get some comments that, under the section where it says all spoke with their concerns at the last council committee of the whole meeting, expressing disappointment with the quick passing of the budget. Some folks, and if I don't have the vote up here to change it, but some people said that they were concerned that the council on the same night just voted in the town manager's budget is what happened. So folks asked me to say, make sure that it wasn't just a quick passing, meaning we went certain line by line. We literally just passed the town manager's budget. And that's not stated here or captured. So, in that section, but you do go into great detail there. So I'll just, if you don't put it in the record there, it is being verbally recorded now, but what folks reached out to me and said, in fact, what they stated is that the council may have went through their budget independently outside of the meeting, but on camera, we did not go line by line.
Point of order.
So,
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
Your point of order.
This is supposed to be like quick corrections, not a narrative.
That is correct.
okay, so,
Continue, Council Bordelon.
yeah, so that was my narrative then.
Which section are you talking about?
Page 17.
Which section?
The section right there that says all, right on page 17, the second paragraph down, where it says all spoke about their concerns with the town council committee of the whole meetings, expressing disappointment with the quick passing of the budget.
And then it lists one person, Tom Olson. The one before that was all spoke in support of Lynn Manza, and it lists the people who spoke in support of Lynn Manza. So there was one person that spoke about their disappointment with quick passing of the budget.
No, you're reading that wrong with no disrespect.
Is that how I'm,
No, you're reading it
clerk?
wrong.
So it was saying that these
Four people.
So you're saying instead of saying quick passing of the budget, you wanted to say town manager's budget?
Oh, the four people, I'm sorry, above that
Above
spoke
that,
about that.
yes.
And in the paragraph above that was the 14 people above that spoke in favor of Lynn Manza. So these four people spoke about their concerns about the town manager's budget being passed
correct.
quickly, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, with the council didn't do a in-person live by, I'm not doubting that anyone, maybe counselors look at the budget, but we
Maybe you
didn't
could put
do
it as in the four people above spoke with concerns of passing the budget.
Are we,
That's already says that.
point,
It says
Point of-
all spoke.
of
Maybe you could
information?
notate the four people spoke.
point of information?
Your question.
Are you guys making an amendment to the minutes? Because we all do you have to make a formal motion and
Right.
then we vote for it.
All right, so my amendment would be just what you have there, which is great. All spoke about their concerns with the last town council committee of the whole meeting, expressing disappointment with the quick passing of the town manager's budget without the council going line by line publicly.
Ooh.
Because that's what didn't happen. That's my amendment.
I don't see a second on that. Thank you. Any more corrections? Okay. We're going to take a vote on the consent calendar. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Passes 7 to 1 to 0 with Bordelon opposed. Up next, communication and reports, other than committee reports. Town councilors. Counselor Merritt, would you have anything you'd like to share?
No, I received a letter of thank you from the Noank Parade Committee for the participation.
Your microphone, please. Can you pull your microphone down?
I received a letter of thank you from the Noank Parade Committee for participation in the Memorial Day Parade.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
I too received a letter from the Noank Fire District for participating in the Noank Memorial Day Parade, so thank you for that. I also attended a Board of Ed meeting where a lot of folks came out and spoke with the concerns of the cutting of the budget and the items that were being cut. And a few people reached out and thanked me for coming and speaking up with those concerns and voting for the Board of Ed budget and the line items that the Board of Ed was going to cut. What I was going to say regarding the proclamation for the military, yes, that was one that I had sent forward. Sorry, I didn't have it quick, and so thank you to Town Clerk Melendez for putting that forward and Russ for reading it. I just wanted to say it's definitely something I'm passionate about as a former military spouse, as well as my father and my father-in-law. That's how they came to this area. So it's just really good to acknowledge our military folks. And I have two boys that are also serving, both Navy, one ROTC officer, and one enlisted here on the USS Virginia. So definitely proud, and I think it's always a great opportunity to send our gratitude and acknowledge them always. So I do appreciate that. I received many emails and correspondences, phone calls regarding the budget, the Board of Ed budget, concerns with people not being appointed to committees, and many other things. And again, I just want to state for the record that I have asked again to be appointed to a standing committee. There is a vacancy on personnel and appointment, and I hope that this council will place me on something. So that is my hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually do have something to say today. And I'm going to read from my phone. Prepared statement. Last week, I was accused of doing something inappropriate by Councilor Borderline. I intend to explain what did and did not happen. On May 24, 27, 2025, in the 10-second encounter that Councilor Borderline not only witnessed but felt it appropriate to throw out an accusation without asking anyone what transpired. As we all know, there was yet another recess due to Councilor Borderline's incessant decorum issues. During this recess, I left the building for a short time. And upon re-entering, I saw the representative for Spinnaker, the one and only developer for the Pleasant Valley School project, and Mr. John Reiner. I was cognizant of all three of us were well aware of the elephant in the room caused by Councilor Borderline's lack of decorum. In an attempt to lighten the mood, I said to the Spinnaker representative, "So, I hear this is all your fault." This was obviously untrue and ridiculously untrue statement, and due to that, we all laughed. At the same time, three things happened. One, the mayor walked into the building and then proceeded to the council chambers. Councilor Borderline came around the corner from the bathroom area. Three, the developer's representative and myself went into the chamber. Councilor Borderline then stopped John Reiner in the hall, blocked his entrance, and harassed him. That is what happened.
That's point of order. That's not true.
What didn't happen...
Counselor comments. He has the right to voice his opinion.
What didn't happen, I didn't ask for a job of one of two developers vying for the Groton Heights project school. I didn't then go tell the other developer what
Point of
I
order.
did, telling them what I did.
Point of order.
I didn't
Your
then
point of order.
refuse to
He's making
recuse
a-
myself
Counselor Pacino,
from
can you
any
stop?
further
Counselor-
involvement in
Point
the
of order.
process.
Counselor
leading-
Pacino.
Point of order.
Stop for a moment, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Borderline, what is your point of order?
He's implying that I asked for a job again.
If the shoe fits, Councilor Borderline.
That's
Counselor
making it-
Borderline, this is Counselor
It's an
comments.
accusation that's not
This is
warranted.
counselor comments.
If the shoe fits.
And if somebody would like to make their opinion known of what happened.
Sure, if that's what we're
then
allowed
they
to do
can
now.
speak.
Because in the past you said we couldn't. so
You
we
have
can.
done this
Thank you.
yourself in counselor comments as well.
All right, as long as it's allowed.
You have made accusations as well during counselor comments.
That's not true.
You have.
Okay, continue.
Counselor Pacino, you've been interrupted twice. Counselor Parker, would you return time to Counselor Pacino's? Can we start, you can give him more time, please. Counselor Pacino, you have,
That's not right. Hold up.
you can continue, thank you.
I didn't then go to the other developer vying for the same project and tell them what I did. I didn't then refuse to recuse myself from any further involvement in the process leading to my censure. I didn't potentially blow up a multi-million-dollar deal that Groton has been trying to accomplish for well over a decade. I also didn't have a campaign treasurer who is now under federal indictment for fraud and possibly embezzlement. Lastly, I didn't abstain from 54 votes in the last 18 months. So I ask Councilor Borderline, until you can do your job and maintain decorum 100% of the time, please keep my name out of your mouth. Thank you.
Counselor Rusk. Wait a minute, the time
go
is.
ahead.
Okay.
Thank
Counselor
you,
Rusk.
Madam Mayor. I'm going to start with a couple lighter things. I'm going to start with Military Appreciation Month. I just want to say thank you to Councilor Pacino as the only veteran on our council. I would like to say thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I would also like to send my condolences to the St. John's Community or congregation. This last week, Reverend Coleman passed away, which is a deep cut to a lot of people. So my condolences to family and friends and the St. John's congregation. I want to say congratulations to Community Speaks Out. They did a ribbon cutting and officially opened their new facility this last weekend, and they had a very successful 5K. So congratulations to them. That was an honor to attend. I want to say thank you to everybody who came out to speak. And I can listen to constructive criticism and ideas. And I believe everybody has the right to their own opinion. What I won't listen to, or I won't not respond to, is when people make false allegations against me. And there have been a lot. So I've kept my mouth shut for a lot of times, based on the fact that there was a very big false allegation made against me early on in this term. Recently, tonight, there was an allegation made about age discrimination. First of all, we can't ask age of any of our candidates. But I did look at a list of people that we have appointed in this past year and a half or so since I've been on the council. And I did not get through the whole list, I'll be honest, but I got through over 20 plus of them, and the average age was 65. So what I did not see, and I'll be honest, when we looked at planning and zoning, what we didn't see were people who were representing other areas of town. That was concerning. So I'm going to leave that at that. There have been some other allegations that have been proven false, and it would be nice if that person came forward and was actually honest about that, but I will let that go. Yeah, the quote was ugly and personal tonight by someone, and it has gotten ugly and personal. And I have a lot more to say, but no more time, so I'm going to leave it at that. But please know that we as representatives up here of the community do hear you, and we are doing, we're doing our best, and thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to congratulate Community Speaks Out at the open house this weekend. Councilor Parker, myself, Councilor Russ, the mayor, were all in attendance for that event, and it's tremendous to see what two incredibly dedicated people have been, and a lot of other volunteers have been able to do with the money that we allocated to them to build a Center for Recovery and Addiction. I think we should all be proud of. So that was really an honor to be there. Went on a road trip last week with Council Pacino and Town Manager Burt. We went up to Summers. We are working on getting a Veteran Services Officer for the town, and it's not an easy task. And we met, Summers, Connecticut is the only town in Connecticut that has two full-time Veteran Services Officers. And Veteran Service Officers allowed to work with veterans to help them fill out their forms, to go into the VA site, to do a lot of things to help people. And these two people were unbelievably generous. We were there almost 2 hours, answered every single question that we could possibly ask. We came away with a lot of information to help the town manager sort of try to figure out and find somebody that we can help celebrate and help veterans in our community, which we have one of the largest veterans populations in all of Connecticut. So that was a really good thing. Saturday attended the final performance of the Mystic Chamber Music Series, and I just highlight this because this is one of Mystics and Groton's own students, or own residents, Thomas Reddick, who's a recent graduate of Fitch, who's gone on to an amazing music career, has brought world-class musicians to Mystic to perform in a variety of different locations. This was in the Noank Baptist Church. He's spread it around different areas with his goal of building. We already have a food center and a tourist center, but to build a music center here. And I think I just give him a lot of credit for what he has done. They just completed this second year, and he's going to go on to a third year, and all the power to him. And then just quickly, I just want to read an email that came to us from, I guess, the Economic Development Division is working with the Sigmund companies. They're the new owners of the Groton Shopping Mall, and they have a call for artists for an upcoming mural project in Groton on the Shoppers Mall. So anybody who's interested in that, you can go to the Town of Groton's website, go into the news section, and there'll be a listing where you can read more about that. It's anticipated that there'll be a mural unveiling event in October, so they are looking for artists. It's a great opportunity for local artists and provide word to spread out to the community. Anybody who wants to work on a mural, this is a great opportunity. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor McBride.
Thank you. Received the same correspondence that everyone else has that we discussed over and over tonight regarding all the different matters that we're dealing with in Groton right now. Everybody's aware of that. Also received a thank you letter from for the Noank Parade, which was very nice. And unfortunately, I was not able to make the ribbon cutting to Community Speaks Out due to the date change from Saturday to Sunday, but I do wish them well, and I want to congratulate them on a great event, and I look forward to seeing that. So that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since it's been a while, and normally the fourth Tuesday, I am not available to speak because I'm at TVCCA. So I did attend the United Way AFL-CIO Workers Memorial. I attended the Coast Guard graduation. Congratulations to all graduates and upcoming graduates, by the way, for our high school on down. TVCCA, thank you to Council Rusk for inviting us to, Council Jones and myself, for the volunteer day at United Way. I went to the Community Speaks Out ribbon cutting, participated in the National Day of Prayer. I also had an opportunity to attend a press conference in Boston for Tamara Lanier on her award-winning case against Harvard University, so she will be getting her family's photos back. What else? My sincere condolences to Mrs. Coleman, St. John's Christian Church, and the whole entire community. Reverend Coleman has been a pastor to many, much loved community member who's put a lot of effort into our community to build it better over 40 plus years. Also worked at Pfizer's for 25 years. It was a wonderful turnout, a wonderful celebration of life. Bittersweet. He will be deeply missed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I would also like to thank everybody who came out and spoke this evening. and for commenting on what they, I obviously have passion about in our community. I also attended the ribbon cutting at Community Speaks Out, which is, something very dear to my heart, and having recovery hub in our community is wonderful. I also attended the National Day of Prayer, which was hosted by Councilor Parker, and I thank you for inviting me to that, and it was a great event. It was very meaningful. I would like to note that it has been brought up this evening. I want to note that at one of our last meetings, we had a presentation about Pleasant Valley. It was a presentation to the public. It was not meant for counselor communications and questions and answers. It was supposed to be a presentation to the public. I want to make that clear. There was also, which has been asked about numerous times at this council, a CHRO complaint that had been in the process, which we had received finally draft results. And in those draft results, it says there is no discrimination that was found against myself and another counselor on this committee and the town. But rather, these are political appointments. They are not, I would say, considered to be as employees. They're political appointments. And then I'd also like to, elephant in the room. Regarding the false quid pro quo I'm being accused of, I deny it. I have denied it from the very moment I heard about it. I will not be commenting much on this at this time, because obviously you heard what was said this evening by the opposing person. But once I can speak about it, I will. I can understand our community maybe having some, questions, and I get that, but I flatly deny what was being said. I cannot say it with, I am very passionately saying to you, I did not say what was being said. And with that, we're going to move on. I see a hand up from the RTM moderator, who is also a liaison with our committee, who would like to speak.
Madam Mayor, is that also 3 minutes?
Yes, you have 3 minutes as well.
Thank you, Town Council, for allowing me to speak as an ex officio member of this body. I just want to clarify the record. There was a meeting last Tuesday here in Town Council's chambers where there was an accusation that the RTM did not do their job by Councilor Bordelon. That is absolutely and 100% false. There was an accusation made that we only had 3 meetings. That is, again, false. We had participated in a deliberate process of the annual budget meetings on Thursday, May 1st, Monday, May 5th, Wednesday, May 7th, Wednesday, May 14th, Thursday, May 15th, and Monday, May 19th. Council Bordelon accused us of only having 3 meetings. That is incorrect. There was also accusations made by Councilor Bordelon that we did not do our deliberations properly and just willy-nilly approve the budget. I have full confidence in the membership of the RTM body that they did their homework. We had the budget book since March. You had the budget book since March. You did your deliberations in April. We did our deliberations in May. The majority of those questions were answered confidently, and I have 100% confidence in the town manager as well as the department heads of those. Any other member that we had in our group had the ability to ask the town manager questions and get those answers met. So in an efficient manner, when we are trying to alleviate the time that it takes to do our job, we did move budget numbers in one whole swoop, but we did give everybody on the RTM the ability to speak to those numbers. We did give the opportunity for the public to speak to those budget items that they had issues with. So I just wanted to clarify the record and dispel any false rumors that are being stated by a counselor on this body that we did not do our job, because I have 100% confidence in the RTM membership that did their job, as well as the town manager, as well as the town clerk doing their job, in all of the departments in the town of Groton. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Up next, the clerk of the council.
Just two things. I did receive the letter of resignation from Councilor Gajewski, and I just want to remind the community, it's June, so it's dog season. Stop by so that you can license your doggies.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you. I did get my postcard.
Good.
It's on my fridge. Clerk of the Representative Town Meeting.
Real quick, next meeting is June 11th at 7 PM at 5:55. There's currently, for vacancies, there's 2 minority representations for District 3 and 4, and 1 Democratic seat in District 4. That's it.
Thank you. Town Manager.
Good evening. I've got quite a few things since it's been a while. One thing just to mention, congratulations to our police chief, Pissarro. He will be sworn in next week as a new president of the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. I will be attending that ceremony. I am signed up next week. We had that great meeting that was just mentioned about the Summers meeting about the veterans, the VSO. Councilor Pacino and I are both taking veterans representative training next week, which has previously been done by Councilor Jones. Let's see. Community infrastructure grant, we will be submitting 2 applications this week. They're due this week, one for the seawall. And just to mention, nothing's been agreed to on the seawall whatsoever on Sherry prices. And then the other is for some engineering funding to look at a sewer line on 117 going up to Route 1. Crosswalks, I've been asked in the past, we talked about crosswalks, a couple signalized, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons. We did have a meeting with the DOT on that request last week I think it was. We were looking at on Route 1 at Elm Street, at Route 1 in High Street, and then Virginia's Court and Route 1 over by the Bridge Market. The DOT has a new program going that they would pay for some of these if they meet all certain criteria at non-signalized crosswalks, which all 3 of these, none of them are signalized. They felt offhand, that these would fit the program. So they're reviewing and will get back to us, but it was pretty positive feedback that they might include it. Now, we would have to take on, they would pay for the installation, we would have to take on maintenance for the future, which is mostly lights out, that type of thing. So that's some pretty good news. Just earlier talk on District 4 Parks open space needs, I did reach out to the Navy concerning playgrounds about Fort Beatty, I wanted to find out who to go to, potentially, making those more public playgrounds. They referred me to Ed Lopes, the VP of Balfour Beatty. I asked him about 2 things. One about could there be some sort of partnership, whether we could help fix them up and have there be official public parks under their, obviously, purview. And then the other was there's quite a bit of open space. David Good brought this to my attention, a lot of open space behind Mary Morrison School. Now, I've not talked to the schools about this, but it would be a very nice park. And you can go through the school through a back lot to get to it, but there's a sidewalk and access through some Balfour Beatty property roads. So I wanted to find out whether we could make more official entrances there. Ed Lopes did reply, and Mark Barry and I are meeting with them next week to discuss those, whether anything could be worked out. One mention on Groton Housing Authority, if you might recall, a piece of property was purchased in Winchester under the Housing Authority's name, possibly without their consent. However, they did get control of that property and it's sold now and they made a profit off of it. And before the conspiracy theories get out there, Jeff Rustler of Mystic Education fame did buy the property. So it had nothing to do with the town, coincidental, but that property used to be a senior living center over in Winchester, so I assume we'll be probably doing something similar. The pickleball courts over by the library senior center should be done this week. We have been getting a lot of questions about that. Let's see. It was mentioned earlier about traffic on Pearl. The traffic authority is actually looking at Pearl and gravel. We were focusing a little more on whether it makes sense to only allow parking on one side of the road. I know it's been mentioned about one way. We eventually will make a recommendation, hold a public hearing, try to get all the neighbors and well posted to see if they would like one of those 2 options. So I anticipate that at some point, but it is being looked at. Colonel Ledyard School, it took a while to get through the city process, but it is going slow. And I'll talk to I'll try to find out more about the blight issue. John Reiner, the planning director, did reach out to them in the last week, to the owners of Colonel Ledyard School to, I just blanked on the name, but anyways, and we've not heard back about the latest. However, Mr. Reiner also reached out to our attorneys just to get a, clarification whether they think that it should be in default. So we are looking at that. I just want to make we hear a lot about attorney fees. I just want to mention one thing. There's a lot of things we spend attorney fees on. A lot of it's labor, probably a quarter of it's labor for contracts every year. In terms of our main miscellaneous stuff, ordinances, opinions, everything else, for last year, we spent just about $91,000 out of $400,000 we paid to, about $400,000 we paid to Sussman Shapiro. So it's about 23%, 24% of the cost goes to miscellaneous, and that covers a whole lot of things. But a lot of it's for assessments, tax appeals, labor. That's also equally big items under the budget. We then also have for things like CHRO or anything that could be an insurance, something that could hit insurance, they assign an attorney, and then we have to pay for that attorney. So it's not Sussman Shapiro, so we do have other funds going out to other attorneys. And then I just wanted, Councilor Pacino had mentioned the incident with Mr. Ryder. I did pull the video. I can only see the video. The audio did not tape. There's an issue with it. But I do feel obliged to say I've watched it a couple times, and the doorway was not blocked off to the side, but I just wanted to point that out. And it's hard for me to say beyond that what exactly happened. It was heated, but, it definitely was not blocked from the video. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you to the town manager for clarifying that. I appreciate that. I just had a question. One of the, and you might not be able to answer it now, and I can send an email. One of the folks spoke. You answered the Colonel Ledyard question. They also talked about Pfizer property. And
I'm not up to speed on that. I actually have that on my list. I sent myself an email to talk to. I'll likely be talking to Mayor Hedrick tomorrow, so I was going to touch base with him on it.
And then the other thing I had is regarding I'm very familiar with the property behind Mary Morrison. It lets off on Locust Circle, which I used to live on many years ago in housing and walked my kids through the trail to Mary Morrison. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm interested to see what you come back with that. And then can you just restate what you said about Rustler one more time, just so I can clear my notes?
So the piece of property, you might recall the filing for the Housing Authority was that a piece of property was purchased in Winchester, the town of Winchester. The property had been a senior living facility previously that had closed down, and then the Housing Authority bought it not through board approval. And they ended up working with Winchester. The Housing Authority took control of the property. They were able to sell it for a profit, is my understanding, and Jeff Rustler purchased the property. And
All right, thank you.
All right, I have a very quick question. It was brought up numerous times this evening about parks on the west side in D4. And if you, on our packet, like page 53, it is we sent it to a committee because it was a goal of this council to look into parks on the west side, D4. It's currently with Parks and Rec in their committee. Have you received any kind of update on that?
well, basically that, yes, there's a need for Parks and Rec. There's no really, it could be open space, could be parks, it could be trails. I think it focused more on trails than anything else, which there would be. I can't swear to it. I believe that's where the focus was. I have to relook at it, and it will be brought to the council in the future. So don't hold me to the details at this point. But I will mention the proposal for Pleasant Valley, besides having the park, would have trails, access to trails through the woods there. But that will be coming to the council soon.
All right.
But the Parks and Rec proper didn't have much of a real, I think we all know that I think most of the staff anyways are in agreement that something should be done for D4. And I also, I want to learn more about, talk more if I can track down the person about the needing a fenced-in park. I talked to, in the break with Councilor Pacino about, I would like to see something fenced and safe for, for that type of use. So.
Absolutely. Yes, I think the parks on that side of town have been a discussion with us for many years now.
And I anticipate we'll be talking. So I wanted to get the feedback from Balfour Beatty to know all options before, but I do anticipate that coming soon.
Right, because I, just from conversations we've had, you've been working on this for some time, and we've had many conversations about it, so I appreciate that, thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the town manager, I know a while back that it was brought up about housing, military housing, and people having access, and I remember a while back, and I'll go looking for it, that there was some discussion that, there was background checks for people to live in the housing, and when you open it up, I'm not saying bad people are just gonna go to parks, but, they'll have a lot of military personnel with a lot of security clearances, a lot of single moms there by themselves, and so I know in a different state, I did read an article where they were trying to open it up, and it'll be interesting to see, we have no data that we've ever asked before.
Not that I've seen.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because it is, and then if someone gets injured on that playscape, who's the liability?
Sure.
I just remember a while back, and I might be mistaking it for a different area, but I just remember it could have been another town and some other people. But anyway, it'll be interesting to see what they say.
Yeah, and I think it's good, we just need to know all options that are out there. They might not work out, but certainly worth looking at.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you. All right, Committee of the Whole, Mayor Franco. To the clerk, can you give me the date that Councilor Gajewski had submitted his resignation, please?
He submitted it to the office on May 23rd, but being effective May 27th at 5 p.m.
May 27th at
Yes.
5 p.m.?
Mhm.
At 5 p.m. All right, so just a note to the council, that gives the council 45 days to select a new counselor to fill the seat. Then, if this council happened to fail to do so, it would go to the RTM, and the RTM would then decide. But I think we would be able to do our work here and fulfill the seat within the next 45 days.
Point of
And it'll
information?
be on your question.
When do we plan to fill the vacancy for the personnel appointment?
I have not thought of that yet.
Okay.
To continue, we'll have 45 days. You'll be able to see it on an agenda and know which day it is. So thank you. Up next, Personnel and Appointments, Chair Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will be discussing this as the first item in new business, but there's a slate of candidates to vote on.
Okay. Up next, Rules, Chair Parker.
No meeting, no report.
Thank you. Up next, Public Safety, Chair Rusk.
No meeting, no report.
Okay. All right, so this is the part of the meeting where we're going to recess this meeting and begin the Committee of the Whole special meeting. It is 9:33 p.m. All right, so we have another packet. All right, call to order at 9:33. Roll call, all are present. 8 counselors present. And it does list Counselor Gajewski on our agenda at the top. I'm going to cross him off because he's no longer a member. New business. First up is 2025-535, Establishment of Tax Rate for General Fund FYE 2026. Counselor McBride, would you like to take that one? This is on page 2.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend a resolution to establish the tax rate for the general fund for fiscal year 2026.
Second, Parker.
That was moved by McBride. Seconded by Parker. Good evening. Would you like to introduce yourself and give us a synopsis?
Good evening, Dee Morrison, Director of Finance. So tonight, we are here to talk about the establishment of the tax rate for the general fund, Mumford Cove, and for the sewer district. Based on the final approved budget for the RTM, and the recommendation to use 2.5 million in fund balance. Do you usually read the resolution to have all of that information? I feel like there's some
Resolution will
information.
be,
But I feel
The
like there's some
resolution is
missing
actually in the
information that
town
was on there.
council packet.
Got it, okay. So the final approved budget at the RTM was $159,603,722, which was the same that was passed by the town council. And the recommendation using the 2.5 million in fund balance would give us a mill rate of 24.81.
could I interject something?
Sure, and this is also in our packet on page 7. It shows the mill rates.
I think the calculation's on page 6.
Right, and it actually shows the mill rate. And then in our packet, our town council packet on page 41 is the full details. I'm sorry. Town Manager Burke, you wanted to
Sure.
jump in
I was just
here.
going to interject. Now, if you recall, last time we talked about fund balance, we had been recommending 2 million fund balance. While the federal impact aid for schools is not quite come in all the way yet, the tax collection rate has been very good, and we both agree we think we could easily handle 2.5 million. I would not recommend more than that, or else we might not have the money to offset taxes the next year. So.
Okay. Councilor Bordelon.
First question, what would that do to the mill rate if we did that?
If we increased the fund balance usage or decreased?
Using the 2.5 million, what would the mill rate be?
Oh, it would be 24.81%, which is on page, I guess, 7 of your packet. It would show what our current mill rate is, so it'd be an increase of 1.73, or 7.5%.
Maybe I misunderstood. The town manager stated there was some money that could be used to offset.
We've already included that.
Oh, that is
here.
included in this
Yeah.
number?
Yes.
Okay, I thought there
Sorry
was a new
about
number,
that.
just making sure, okay.
Was that clear?
I guess for me, it's very tough, considering we cut, I can only speak for myself, and I feel I did my process privately. I can't speak for other counselors. I'm sure that they did as well. But what I didn't do is have the chance to speak to the budget in front of the community, line by line, with department heads. It's no discrimination or condescending the town manager's efforts to put forth a good budget. That's what he does every year. What we didn't do, though, is then in my opinion, publicly go through it line by line as a town councilor. Again, I state, that has nothing to do with what the town manager did or did not do. I'm not judging how he did it. He did his part the same as every year. I'm concerned that I didn't do my part the same every year by doing it publicly, line by line, with the community input and department heads. I'm also concerned that when we look at what's happening federally, we can't be afraid of everything, right? We didn't get here. Fear is always a thing. What's happening federally, we can say, oh, we may not get the money, we may not this, it might rain tomorrow, it may not, right? We all come from, there's some type of, we have to overcome. And the cuts to Board of Education just don't make me sleep well at night. Makes my stomach hurt, and that's where we took the largest cuts. When you look at everything else, everyone else had in-person. I think the town manager did a wonderful job. I just think that maybe some of those numbers could have been moved differently, possibly, to support Board of Education. There was a lot of talk about what the superintendent didn't do. I will say what the Board of Ed did, I commend them this year. It was the first year I actually see proper deliberation and asking tough questions when they were actually being shut down. With that, I stand by education, and I just cannot sit here and pass this tonight knowing that the cuts are on the backs of our children. So to me, I ask through the mayor to the town manager, can we reconsider that right now?
No,
No,
we're past the
yeah.
deadline. The RTM
Right.
has final say.
Correct. And to that point, I sit on the RTM, and what I stated was the RTM went through it much faster than they did in the past. We used to go through it not in whole chunks like that. We'd go line by line. So again, for me, I will be abstaining from this vote, not because I don't believe in the 2.48, or I'm not saying the town manager didn't do a great job. That's not what I'm saying in my abstention. What I'm stating is I don't feel I did my job. I won't speak for everybody else. I did go through my budget book. I'm sure they did. But we did not do it in front of the community line by line. There could be little errors. The town manager's not perfect. I mean, if everything at my job we put through in one sleuth and not a second look, I feel we should go through it and kind of negotiate a little bit back and forth. Maybe not 7% here, maybe take that 7% and only give 5% and move that 2% to education, or, I just wanted more. So I thank you for your efforts and all that you've done as well. But again, my abstention is not with the quality that the town provided. It's just that the deliberation to me was not the way that I've ever done it up here. And I felt concerned for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burke.
I just want to add, I've heard a few mentions of the police department through this process of having around an 8% increase. I just wanted the public to realize that we had just negotiated the contract. The town council approved that contract actually right before the budget process. That locked us fully into the amount, so there was not flexibility there. Not without losing positions anyhow.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to make a little comment. The council here had 9 members. The RTM had 45 members. Both bodies went through this budget. I'm hearing people that are upset that we didn't go line by line. I'm going to say all councilors up here had a chance to speak on the budget with the ability to make changes or bring forward cuts or additions. And they could have done that. It was open for discussion. They had their turns. Some of them chose to talk about process instead of talking about the actual budget. And then the council voted. And it was the will of this council to move forward that way. And I have a lot of respect for my councilors because I know that I went through this budget line by line by line, and recognize that the operational side of the budget, with a grand total of 3% increase, was very minimal, which is usually typically contractual and just basically increase of living, increases of things. And it made sense. And I thank the town manager for all the hard work, as well as you, Director, and for all the work you've done on this budget. I think it's one of the, probably, out of my 8 years of serving, probably the best town operations budget that has come through. And I appreciate that. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. Again, I just want to state that, yes, we could have asked the questions, but the department heads weren't present. So I'd be asking the town manager, and usually department heads have a right to defend their budget. So that I would be speaking to the air. So yes, could ask them, but you don't have the people present around the table. When any place you ever work, state, federal, town, any private, everyone submits their budget and they have a chance to defend their budget. And that's the part that couldn't happen even if you brought it up. And so, again, not doubting that people look through the budget, not doubting that this could be the most glorious budget that's ever come through. But what I'm concerned with is we didn't do it in its normal fashion. And the major cut was to education and education only. And I'm thankful the police department got an increase through the contractual obligations. I think, they need their raises as well, and it just falls this year. But I can't say I'm going to protect and serve at 8% and then cut education on the other side. I'm a firm believer that education prevents. The more we educate, we prevent the need for crime in our town. Education is a key and opens doors and opportunities for folks to have better advancement. So my concern is this budget is making a huge cut to education, and I cannot support that, and that's how I feel. So again, as I stated, that doesn't mean I'm against the 8% increase to the police department or the manager or the due diligence. It's the process in which, And even though we could speak to it, I couldn't ask department head of any department how they felt about their budget to really clarify, express their needs. As many of you probably have done in your own jobs. Why do you need more paper clips? Why do you need more paper? Why do you need more postage? You got to defend your budget. And if I'm doing the people's work, I need to hear that deliberation before me, which I didn't get to do. This is the first year. I've never seen it. And I went back and looked, and I haven't seen it before. But with that, I cannot support giving increases everywhere else and not supporting education after going to the Board of Ed meeting and looking at where they're going to have to cut or not. To me, that sends the wrong message to the community, especially what's happening at the federal level where education is a target. And I just think as an all-Democratic committee, council, we have an obligation to stand and support education. So we got to serve and protect, but we also better make sure we educate, because education is the key. And this budget to me doesn't say that this council supports education, in my opinion, and that's why I won't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Burt. Did we not do something similar in 2020 when we had COVID?
We did a one-day process.
We did a one-day process. So it has happened before, where we did it all in one day. So Mayor Franco and I were on that. Two, they got, the Board of Ed budget was not cut, it was reduced. They didn't have the money, and all of this budget process is, they do not have the money yet. It is a request. We have to deliberate, and we did deliberate. They were asking for a please help me somebody, 7.4, 7.46? Is that correct?
I forget the exact number.
Ish? They were given a 4.6 increase. Personally, I was going to go 3.5. I will announce that to everyone right now. Everyone else came in at 3%. The school doubled their request. We have to remember that we have to balance everything. Yes, we have education, but we also have to balance with the services we have to provide to the community, not only education. So it was not just a cut, it was a reduction in the request, that they did not receive that money at that time because the money does not come in until July 1st. So I want to reiterate to the public, that's how the process goes. All other departments came in at 3%, thereabouts. There are some that were a little bit more due to contractual obligations. So I believe this number, 24.81, we did have back in 2020. So ish, 2020, maybe 2019, but we have had this number before. Times have changed and expenses have gone up. So yes, we're balancing everything for everyone in this community so that we're not facing even more of a burden on families who can't handle it. So again, research is important. Coming out to speak is important. Reviewing everything that's online is important, and watching our meetings is important so that people understand what we're doing. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Point of information.
Your question.
Through the mayor to the town manager, my understanding, and this is my question, is that we did do the budget one time, but we still did it online, all with department heads in one day. They zoomed in, and we had people coming. We never just passed the town manager. I just want to clarify what Councilor Parker's saying.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. So it wasn't the same process. Thank you.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to comment about that I did read and review the 2026 town budget. I thought the town manager and the staff did a tremendous job in giving us a responsible and fiscally sound budget that kept, in uncertain times that we have coming up, kept us within a nice tight framework of 3%. After we were done with the budget, it went to the RTM, which is the town's fiscal body. They have a variety of committees, a finance committee, an education committee, different committees that review. They went through all those committees, discussed the budget line by line, item by item, and reviewed that and voted on it and held to the same numbers that we did. I just want to note on the education budget, I believe last year was the largest education budget that the town has passed. This year was the second largest budget. So we did not cut their budget. We gave them actually the second largest budget number that, that Groton has given. So we're all recognizing that things are tough, and we're going to have to take a lot of control over our budget. So all 9 councilors and 45 RTM members reviewed and voted on this budget. So it was done across all town committees, all town people, and all political bodies went through this budget. So I'm happy with it. I'm thankful to the town manager for coming up with a pretty good mill rate that's affordable, and we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Merritt.
I'm going to add to the venting of the frustrations so that we can move on with a heavy agenda. And the reference of an 8% increase with the police department has been said before. Contract negotiations, we have no input into that. Well, we do, but once the contract is signed, you virtually cannot go into it. And then I noted in the book that other issues were clothing, uniforms, and training. Training is mandated by law. So what's the problem?
Counselor Rusk.
I just want to take a quick second to say thank you to the town staff, the town manager, to the RTM, to everybody who put this budget together, for my fellow counselors who took their time, for the RTM members who took their time to review this and approve it. I think this is a sound budget. I think it's never easy, and we try to do our best every year. I will reiterate the fact that the Board of Ed did not get cut. They got a 4.6% increase. The narrative is false. And I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Counselor Pacino, I wasn't sure. Did you have your hand up or no?
Yes, I just want to, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to make a quick point. The town manager's budget was an average of 3%. Yes, there were some higher, but nobody's really mentioning that there were many that went below last year's numbers. And that's why we were able to stay at 3%. So to those departments, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor McBride.
Yeah, I feel like I just need to say that I will be abstaining from this vote. I don't need to get into the details why. I've provided my details in the past. Due to lack of the time, I'm not going to get into it because it's not worth getting into, because we're at the point, as town manager Burt said, we're here. We can't make any changes. The details of why I've already provided. Thank you.
Thank you. But I would like to just correct one thing. This was the town manager's budget that came to us, and the changes made were to the town manager's budget so that it then became the council's budget. So it was not like the directors of each of your department's budget. It was the town manager's your budget that you could have answered for any of the budget items, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're all done talking now, so why don't we take a vote on this? We are on 2025-535, establishment of tax rate for the general fund, FYE 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions?
McBride abstains.
So that passes 5 to 1 to 1 with Bordelon.
8, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, 6 to 1 to 1. Excuse me. With Bordelon opposed and McBride abstaining. All right, up next, 2025-536, the establishment of a tax rate for Mumford's Cove District Fund, FYE 2026. In our packet, this is on page 8. Counselor Jones, would you like to take that one?
2025-536, establishment of a tax rate for Mumford Cove District Fund, FYE 2026. Motion to recommend a resolution to establish the tax rate for Mumford Cove District Fund to FYE 2026. Should we read the rate?
No.
Second.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Rusk. Again, this will be in our packet on page 42, our town council packet with the full narrative. Did you want to talk on this one?
Sure. Mumford Cove pass-through fund for knowing fire services. There isn't much change in this fund on an expense level year to year, so there was no change in the mill rate, which is being maintained at 0.28.
All right, thank you. Seeing no hands, we're going to take a vote on 2025-536, establishment of the tax rate for the Mumford Cove District Fund FYE 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 8-0. Up next, 2025-537, establishment of a tax rate for the Groton Sewer District. This is on page 9. Counselor Rusk, would you like to take that one?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Item 2025-537, establishment of a tax rate for the Groton Sewer District FYE 2026. Motion to recommend a resolution to establish a tax rate for Groton Sewer District Fund for FYE 2026. So moved.
Second.
Thank
Pacino.
you. Moved by Rusk, seconded by Pacino. Again, this is in our packet of the town council on page 43 with full details. All right, seeing no hands, we're going to take a vote on 2025-537, establishment of a tax rate for the Groton Sewer District FYE 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 8-0.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Made by Parker, seconded by Rusk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 8-0. We're adjourning at 9:57. All right, because it is 10 o'clock. Wow, where did the time fly? We are going to have to see if, is there anybody who would like to adjourn at this time?
Madam Mayor, may we take a 5-minute recess?
We sure can. I do not see support for an adjournment, so we are going to take about a 5-minute recess. It's 9:57, and we will be back to our town council meeting right after that to finish up our work. Thank you. All right, it's 10:10. We're back from recess. We are working on our town council packet. We are under new business. Item 1 is 2025-358-1, various appointments, reappointments, March and April. Counselor Jones, this is your committee. Would you like to take it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 2025-358, various appointments, reappointments, March, April. We have quite a list here. I'll just read through them. An appointment, William Mercer on zoning boards of appeals. Appointment as an alternative, Hannah Walsh on inland wetlands agency, appointment full. Daniel Hansen
Point of
on
order.
Fair Rent Commission.
She's an alternate. Hannah Walsh is an alternate.
Correction, it says alternate.
Right. That's
You
not
had said
right.
full.
Oh.
You said full.
Sorry.
All right, so I did Daniel Henson. Reappointment, David Scott for Inland Wetlands Agency. Reappointment, Annie Osterwick, Inland Wetlands Agency. Reappointment, Gary Robbins, Inland Wetlands Agency. Reappointment, Floyd Kravitz, Zoning Board of Appeals. Reappointment, John Burbank, Retirement Board. Reappointment, Michael Freeman, Retirement Board. Reappointment, Laura Baller, Water Pollution Control Authority. Reappointment, Laura Hendrickson, Complete Streets Advisory Committee. Reappointment, Thomas Olson, on Complete Streets Advisory Committee. And reappointment for Patrick Flaherty, Harbor Management Commission. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Russ. Counselor Borderline.
Thank you. Was there any other applicants that applied that were not considered?
Everybody that was applied was considered, and we voted on it committee.
So there's nobody that applied that was not moved forward?
Point of order?
Your point of order.
The question cannot be directed. It has to go through you, Madam Mayor.
That's correct.
To the mayor, to the chair.
Were there any appointments that were not?
All
Passed
appointment,
forward.
there was one appointment that was not passed forward.
Thank you.
For you, can you state who that was and what was the consideration? What were they applying for?
Point of order?
Don't know if we can do that.
Is that one of the topics on tonight's agenda, so we cannot discuss that? Thank you.
Thank you. Agree.
All right, I'll just watch the tape and then I'll ask at the next meeting. Okay, thanks.
All right, I see no other hands. We're going to take a vote on 2025-358-1, various appointments, reappointments, March and April. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Counselor Bordelon, did you vote yes in the affirmative?
Yeah, I'm going to move it forward.
Thank you. That's 8-0. Up next, 2025-535-1, establishment of a tax rate for the general fund, FYE 2026. This is on page 41. Counselor Rusk.
Item 2025-535, establishment of tax rate for general fund FYE 2026. Resolution establishing a tax rate for general fund tax due on July 1, 2025. Resolved, therefore be it resolved that, or do you want me to read the whole thing?
Whole thing.
Whereas the representative town meeting has approved a general fund budget for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, providing for expenditure appropriations totaling $159,603,772. And whereas the town council estimates cash revenue exclusive of FYE 2026 current property taxes will total $41,284,535. Now therefore be it resolved that $2,500,000 is hereby appropriated as fund balance available as of July 1, 2025 to partially meet expenditure appropriations contained in the FYE 2026 general fund budget. And be it further resolved that $115,819,187 is the amount that is needed to be raised from property taxes And be it further resolved that the tax rate for taxes due July 1st, 2025 is hereby established at 24.81 mils per $1,000 of assessed valuation to raise $115,819,187. That is $115,819,187 divided by $4,727,000,000. Let me try this again.
724.
$115,819,187 divided by $4,724,594,239 divided by 98.8% times 1,000, which equals 24.81 mils. So moved.
Second, Jones?
Moved by Rusk, seconded by Jones.
Can we not do that again at 10:15 at night?
Counselor Bordelon.
I'll probably abstain from this for the reasons already noted before. Again, I can't support these numbers after the cuts that were made to to the Education. Again, it's no criticism to any of the work of the staff, town manager. Again, it's the process, the change of process. Yes, we moved it fast through COVID, but we did do it line by line, and this was a completely different process that I have not seen, and therefore I can't support the numbers. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, let's take a vote on 2025-535-1, establishment of a tax rate for the general fund, FYE 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Aye.
That passes 7 to 1. That means, oh my goodness. My goodness. 6
Working out
to
that
1,
eraser today.
to 1. That was opposed by Bordelon, abstained by McBride. All right, up next, 2025-536-1, establishment of a tax rate for the Mumford Cove District Fund, FYE 2026. This is on page 42 of our packet. Counselor Pacino, would you like to take that one?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 2025-536, establishment of the tax rate for Mumford Cove District Fund, FYE 2026. Resolution establishing the tax rate for Mumford Cove District, I'm starting at the very beginning. Resolution of establishing the tax rate for Mumford Cove District due July 1st, 2025. Whereas the representative town meeting has approved a Mumford Cove District budget for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, providing for expenditure appropriations totaling $21,409. And whereas the town council established cash revenue.
Estimated.
Whereas the town council estimated cash revenue exclusive of FYE 2026, current property taxes will total $55. Now, therefore be it resolved that zero is the hereby appropriated as fund balance available as of July 1st, 2025, to partially meet expenditure appropriations contained in the FYE 2026 Mumford Cove District Fund budget, and be it further resolved that $21,354 is the amount that needs to be raised from property taxes, and be it further resolved that the tax rate for taxes due from Mumford Cove District Fund on July 1st, 2025 is hereby established at 0.8 mils.
0.28. 0.28 mils.
Sorry, Mumford Cove. 0.28 mils per $1,000 of assessed valuation to raise the $21,354. It is, okay. I just went brain dead. Okay. $21,354 divided by 76,774,437 divided by 99.6% times 1,000 is 0.28 mils.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Pacino, seconded by Parker.
That was a tax hike.
All right, seeing no hands, we're going to take a vote on 2025-536-1, establishment of a tax rate for the Mumford Cove District Fund, FYE 2026. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, that passes 8-0. Up next, 2025-537-1, establishment of a tax rate for the Groton Sewer District. This is on page 43 of our packet. Counselor Merritt, would you like to take it? But first, you need to move your microphone. Thank you.
Item 2025-537, establishment of tax rate for Groton Sewer District for FYE 2026. Resolution establishing tax rate for Groton Sewer District due July 1st, 2025. Whereas the representative town meeting has approved a Groton Sewer District budget for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, providing for expenditure appropriations totaling $1,257,559. And whereas the town council estimated cash revenue exclusive of FYE 2026 current property taxes will total $11,510. Now therefore be it resolved that $50,000 is hereby appropriated as fund balance available as of July 1st, 2025 to partially meet expenditure appropriations contained in the FYE 2026 Sewer District Fund balance, and be it further resolved that $1,196,049 is the amount that needs to be raised from property taxes, and be it further resolved that the tax rate for taxes due to the Groton Sewer District Fund on July 1st, 2025 is hereby established at 0.38 mils per $1,000 of assessed value to raise $1,196,049, and the computation is $1,196,049 divided by $3,118,598,488, excluding motor vehicles, divided by 99.7% times 1,000 equals 0.38 mils.
Second.
Moved by Merritt, seconded by Parker. I'm not seeing any hands. There is calculations going on here. Is there a concern?
Nope.
Okay. All right, seeing no hands, we'll take a vote on 2025-537-1, establishment of tax rate for the Groton Sewer District FYE 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 8-0. Up next, 2025-409-1, FYE 2025, fourth quarter transfers.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just remind the council that when a resolution's in the packet, you only need to read the title and the results. You don't need to read the whereases.
Thank you, but in the past, usually when it comes to the budget items, we read the full thing so that the community can fully understand it. Thank you, though. All right, so fourth quarter transfers, this is Counselor Parker, we're on page 40. This is on page 44, 45.
Okay. Item number 2025-409, FYE 2025 fourth quarter transfers. Resolution for the FYE 2025 fourth quarter transfers, whereas the town charter provides for supplemental appropriation to adopted budgets and transfers from the contingency function during the year, and whereas the town charter also provides for the transfer of funds from one departmental function to another departmental function during the last 3 months of the fiscal year, and whereas transfers and supplemental appropriation are necessary and represent unforeseen or unexpected expenditures at the time the FYE 2025 budget was adopted, now therefore be it resolved that the transfers totaling $245,894 be transferred from contingency number 1094 to the following general fund departments/functions, and transfers of $10,000 or more are referred to the RTM for approval. Voter registration, account number 10030035103 at $30,000. Am I reading the description too? Shall I, Madam Mayor?
Probably should, since it's
All right.
resolved.
I think so, yeah.
Payroll costs associated with special election not budgeted for on 2/25/2025. Finance, account number 101-300-5290 at $30,000 to cover costs for Board of Ed operational review. Human Services, account number 105-100-5101 at $20,000. Payout for long-term employee who retired. Insurance and Claims, account number 107-005-5289 at $15,000. Ongoing legal response work for pending and future claims. Insurance and Claims, account number 107-005, account number 5154 at $15,000. Ongoing unemployment charges are subject to daily change as the town is self-pay. Account Public Safety number 102-403-5101 at $135,894 for increases to payroll expenses due to new contract finalization, retro pay, and excess overtime. And be it further resolved that a supplemental appropriation of $194,106 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to the following function and refer to the RTM per Rule 6.5.3 for approval. Public Safety 102-403-5101 for increases to payroll expenses due to new contract finalization, retro pay, and excess overtime. I so move.
Second. Moved by Parker, seconded by Rusk. Councilor McBride.
I just have a quick question. Is a contingency, does this 245 take it down to zero? Correct. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, we're going to take a vote on 2025-409-1 FYE 2025 fourth quarter transfers. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 8.
I'm abstaining.
Oh, to 0 to 1. That's actually 7 to 0 to 1. Counselor Bordelon abstaining. All right, up next, 2025-447-1, the suspense list, FYE 2025. This is on page 46. You can read the title, and you can do the last resolved. Counselor McBride.
2025-447 suspense list fiscal year end 2025. Herefore be it resolved that the following amounts be added to the suspense list as reported to the town council. Town, $490,637.71. Sewer districts, $168.58. Mumford Cove District, $3.11, for a grand total of $490,809.40.
Second.
Moved by McBride, seconded by Parker. Not seeing any hands. We'll take a vote on 2025-447-1, suspense list FYE 2025. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, that passes 8-0 to 0. All right, up next, 2025-517-1, athletic fields bond ordinance creation. This is on page 48. Counselor Jones.
2025-517 Athletic Fields Bond Ordinance Creation. Resolved that the Groton Town Council authorizes Pullman and Comley LLC Bond Counsel to the town to prepare a bond ordinance for Phase 1 of the Town of Groton Athletic Fields Plan for athletic field improvements of Fitch High School, Sutton Park, and former Colchester Elementary School in the amount of $14,380,000 for a duration of 15 years and for a referendum to be held as part of the November 4, 2025 election. So moved.
Second, Pacino.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Pacino. Counselor Borderline.
I'm going to support this only because it's something, and that's the sad part. My concern is, I think someone spoke tonight that, I feel we should be passing it all, and in putting the options on the ballot and let the community, I think 9 of us are a small fragment of what the community's opinion is, and I think it should go on the referendum and let the voters vote. Doing it this way, piecemealing it, I have to support something. I graduated in '98, the place still looks the same way as it did when I left. And then even years prior to that, it just is, to me, it's outdated, it's deplorable, and it's not meeting the standards. Based on the budget and the money that we've passed just now tonight, I just don't feel like the government in the town has been fiscally responsible over the many years, way before we were involved, to really make the athletic fields a priority. We should have a beautiful stadium that's maintained and upgraded regularly and follows process with that. So I'll probably end up supporting this because it's something, but what I was hoping is that we'd put it all out there. And I kind of liked Councilor McBride's approach as well, as he had stated. So this, to me, is just a small Band-Aid on the bigger problem, and there's no guarantee the other ones will ever happen. Again, I don't want to live in fear because that doesn't get anything done. Fear is what led to the reason we have a deplorable, dilapidated, non-ABA compliant athletic field, and we are the worst in southeastern Connecticut. And I feel our students deserve better. So with that, I can't, see any other way through, but if this is all this council is willing to do to start, it's better than what we have, which was nothing. So again, was very hopeful, and the people I spoke to really wanted different, and I just feel like this is kind of a bit of a Band-Aid. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Councilor McBride.
Yeah, I also concur with Councilor Bordelon. I think that we should have gone out for the full appropriation, the full approval of the residents for the full total amount versus the piecemeal approach. And even Mike DeFranca, if that's how you pronounce his name, spoke tonight from the Athletic Fields Task Force, and he urged us to go forward and ask for the full amount as well. So I think that task force was looking for that.
Point of information?
He's from Parks and Rec. That's a correction. He's from Parks and Rec, not from the Athletic Fields Task Force.
So that individual was in favor of that as well. But again, I cannot not support it because I am supportive of redoing it. So I will go forward and support it, but I think it's important residents understand my thought process. I also am not in favor of the 20-year amortization table, as I mentioned before. They should be 30 years, similar to any other larger projects. The cost should be borne by residents who are going to be utilizing the facilities for those 30 years because there's going to be residents utilizing that past 20. And that's similarly to how we finance the school construction. So I believe it should be financed 30 years and not the 15 years that we're moving forward with. But in any event, it's a good project. So hopefully the residents can move forward with it. I just wish it would have been done in a different manner. Thank you.
I'd like to put amendment on the floor.
Your amendment.
I'm sorry?
Your amendment?
I'd like to say it as written, but add 20 years.
McBride will second that.
Is there something wrong? I'm just hearing a lot of gulps and yelps. I don't know if something's wrong.
What are you talking about?
Mayor, that would be a major change that would require it going back to cow. I don't think you can make that change on the fly. You don't have those numbers even.
Okay.
And in which case, we could probably forget about the November timeframe.
Okay, thank you. There's an amendment on the floor made by Bordelon,
I mean, so there's nothing we can do, I guess, for clarifying.
seconded by McBride.
Yeah, I'll remove the second if it's not.
Yeah, if you can't do
if it's-
anything. then
You're
just have to
moving?
put it there.
Amendment has been stricken. All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so we're gonna just vote on 2025-517-1 athletic fields bond ordinance creation. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Counselor Jones, I didn't hear you vote.
Aye, said it.
You're an aye. All right, 7 to 1 to 0 with Parker opposed. All right, moving on. 2025-228-2, Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. This is on page 49 of our packet. Counselor Rusk, would you like to take that one?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 2025-228, Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan, resolution adopting the 2025 Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. Resolved that the Groton Town Council adopts the 2025 Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan to be used as a guiding document for the town to improve community connectivity. So moved.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Russ, seconded by Parker. Counselor Bordelon.
I'm in full support of this, as I've stated before. I think it's very important and vital to our community. I appreciate the folks that have brought this forward. I think it's a no-brainer for me, so I'm in full support of it.
All right, seeing no other comments, let's take a vote on 2025-228-2, Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 8 to 0 to 0. All right, last but not least, 2025-519-1, landfill solar lease. This is on page 50. Counselor Pacino, would you like to take this?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
You could read the title and the last resolve would be good.
Okay, thank you. Item 2025-519, landfill solar lease, set PH and refer to PZC, Planning and Zoning.
Don't you need to read the...
The last resolved on page 51? Did you read the whole thing?
I didn't get to it yet.
Oh.
Be it resolved that the town council will hold a public hearing regarding the lease agreement, tax agreement on July 1st, 2025, and will refer the matter to the leasing a portion, is that right? A portion of the Flanders Road landfill site for a solar array to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
So be it.
Moved by Pacino, seconded by Rusk. Counselor Bordelon.
I asked the questions about the protections, if there was bankruptcy, what would happen, if they were to breach the cap and many other things. So the answers seemed well, and if that's all true, and the town has a good grasp on it, I'm in support of it. But, I've seen these solar panels out in Montville and other places, so hopefully here it will be a great thing for Groton. But again, it comes down, it's not just the idea, it comes down to that binding document. So hoping that we have this one right, and I'm going to support it.
All right, seeing no other hands, we're going to take a vote on 2025-519-1, landfill solar lease. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes.
Point of interest?
I have not even called the vote. 8 to 0 to 0.
Point of interest?
Motion to
Your
adjourn.
point of information.
Point of information. We've been here for a long time. This is one more thing that we can just, this next one, we can just have.
Motion to
Mr.
adjourn.
Burt, give us a little heads up on what's going on with these agenda items. We've already been here this long, it's 5 more minutes.
We should have had a meeting.
It is a point, Counselor Bordelon, you do not have the floor. Thank you. I take your point of information, and my answer is, I think there is motions to adjourn that are pending, and we should probably take up the adjournments. Who is the adjournment? Is it Bordelon and Parker? Motion to adjourn by Parker. Seconded by Bordelon. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 8-0. It is 10:40 PM, and we are adjourned from the town council meeting.
Thank you, thank you.
Drive safe, everybody. Good night.